very, very important game for the Sri Lankans. They're 1-0 down in the series already. And it's a must-win situation for them to keep the series alive. On the other hand, I'm sure Captain Pollard and his crew would want to wrap up the series today. So all to play for.
A recap, the T20I series was won by the West Indies 2-1. Already the West Indies with a lead in this ODI series. Today quite crucial for both teams. As mentioned, Sri Lanka will want to make that third ODI an important one. Then to follow, we've got red ball cricket, that leg of the tour. The 2 test matches will be played right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Shoulder arms, shoulder arms. Luckily, for Gunatilaka, the umpire wasn't convinced that it was going to go on to hit the stumps. Pollard as well, sharing a similar thought.
I wonder how close that was. Oh, I guess it will be too high. I think height that saved him. It was dangerous.
And a miss. Might have been expecting that one to shape into him a little bit more, Gunatilaka. Just held the line. It was very good length. Just 2 deliveries ago, he shouldered arms, as you rightly said, Sir Kirtley. Too high in bounce.
Alzari Joseph didn't bowl particularly well in that first ODI. Shows a lot of frustration as well. So I'm sure he'll want to make amends today. Started off pretty good. This is his first over. But looked a bit frustrated in that last game. Didn't bowl well, but you can't allow to get yourself frustrated like that. These things happen. You got to stay calm, composed, and get on with your job.
Big single, he was late in taking off. Captain Karunaratne. Eventually he got there. Kieron Pollard with the direct hit. 1 over down, 1 without loss. Last delivery of the first over. Gunatilaka making the call early. His partner just delaying slightly in responding. Eventually, no crisis in the end. Jason Holder will partner Alzari Joseph, as we've grown accustomed seeing in ODI cricket in this series. Very good hand there from Fabian Allen. He's quite close, square of the wicket.
A little bit too close, I thought. You need to give yourself a little more time. But he did very well in the end. Need to back off a little bit, maybe start his walking from the circle, the 30-yard circle.
Pulled away. Too short from Jason Holder. Sat up nicely. This is a man in form, Gunatilaka.
Not a very good delivery that time for Jason Holder. Nothing much behind it. Was pitched short and was slapped away through mid-wicket area for 4. Certainly looked to be in good form.
Was on the slow side, just 125 kilometers per hour, so a lot more time for the batsman. Just squared him up a bit. Holder. Now, Sir Curtly, the big news in West Indies cricket, Jason Holder replaced as the Test captain. West Indian selectors opting for Craig Brathwaite. Keen to get your thoughts on that decision.
A much better delivery. Got the leading edge down the third man. Gunatilaka is in good form. The decision to strip Jason Holder of his captaincy, I think, is not one that I support. Yes, some people think that is the right decision, but for me personally, I wouldn't support that. And I'll give my reasons in a minute.
I'll wait patiently for that, Sir Curtly. Much better length from Jason Holder, just getting a little bit fuller.
Couple of reasons. One, had Jason Holder gone to Bangladesh, he would have retained the captaincy. Craig Brathwaite, who was the vice captain not so long ago, was stripped of the vice captaincy for Ruston Chase. Was on the verge of being left out of the team. Yes, he did a wonderful job. He did a wonderful job in Bangladesh. But does that mean he should take over the captaincy? I don't think so. Jason Holder, for me, I would have given him this series. And if it doesn't show any improvement, you know, in terms of results, plus the motivational factor for the team, then I could say, okay, you know what, let's move on. But I think it's a little bit unfair to just strip him of the captaincy just like that because of what Craig Brathwaite did in Bangladesh. We are happy, proud, but I think he should have at least captained this series, Jason Holder.
Over.
7 without loss. Interesting thoughts from Sir Curtly Ambrose on the change in leadership in Test match cricket for the West Indies. Sri Lanka with a few changes in this game. Shada Fernando to Sarah Pereira. Just a little bit of stats on the two contenders for that Test leadership. Jason Holder, 5th highest number of Test matches to be captain in the history of West Indian cricket. 37 Test matches. He's led the West Indies in Test match cricket. 11 wins to his name. Chopped on. So an early wicket for the West Indies. Slightly soft dismissal, you would say. And the captain has to go. Dimut Karunaratne.
Very, very good start by the West Indians. Shortish delivery, wide above stump, trying to play square. Got that inside edge onto the stumps. And jubilation for Alzari Joseph and the West Indians. Karuratna is gone. Sri Lanka 7 for 1.
Patum Nisanka comes in at number 3 for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka will not have the experience of Angelo Matthews, who batted at number 4 in that first ODI. Alzari Joseph getting the breakthrough, breaking the opening partnership. Decent bounce.
Certainly with some good pace behind that one, Alzari Joseph. That was the dismissal. Was fairly wide above stump and dragged it back on. And of course, he would be a happy man, Alzari Joseph.
Shot was on, just the execution was the issue on that occasion for the captain, Karunaratne.
All of a sudden, he's a couple of yards quicker, Alzari Joseph. And that's what happens when you get wickets early. He's been up a couple of yards the last couple of deliveries. You asked me a question earlier, Darwin Ganga, and I gave an answer. I'm going to ask you the same question. What do you think of Jason Holder losing his captaincy?
Deflection down the leg side. Was there bat on that one? I just have a funny feeling no bat. Well, the umpire has given runs. Joel Wilson off the glove. Just avoids Shai Hope, the wicket keeper. Just getting a little too straight, Alzari Joseph. So quickly I'll answer you in the next over.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought you were trying to avoid the question. End of over number 3. Sri Lanka are 11 for 1.
Punch through the offside. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Well, it's all about placement and timing. And it's a good result for Gunatilaka.
Certainly he's a man in form. Gunatilaka is really playing well. Not much power. It was all about timing and placement. Split both fielders. And the chase was just in vain.
Now, secretly, these guys are not allowing me to respond to you, but before this game started, myself and Ian Bishop in the pre-match show, I did mention that both Jason Holder and Craig Brathwaite They both meet the minimum standard for them being selected on merit in the West Indies Test side, and I think that's important. When you're looking at a captain as a candidate, they at least need to warrant selection onto the team, and both these players, they've done so. Jason Holder ranked the #1 Test all-rounder at the moment, so his primary role will be his all-round skills. So too Craig Brathwaite, opening the batting. He had a good series, you would say, relatively good series in those 2 Test matches against Bangladesh. And I'd agree with you, in recent years, he's not been as consistent and as productive as an opening batsman for the West Indies in Test match cricket. However, I think when you're looking at a captain, and for a person to carry that role, it requires a different set of human resource management. And what I mean by that, that role must be viewed separately to the primary role of that player. And the role of a captain is obviously to get results. If you look at Jason Holder, his success rate around 30% in his 37 Test matches. Craig Brathwaite, in his 7 Test matches as captain, slightly under 30%. But the thing that worries me about Craig Brathwaite, in those 7 Test matches that he's been captain, he averages 20 with the bat. Picked up and goes all the way for 6. A little bit wayward, a little bit too straight from Jason Holder.
First 6 of the game, and of course in the previous ODI they didn't hit a 6, so that's the first one of the tournament. Bad line delivery by Jason Holder. When you're bowling around the wicket, you got to be very careful on how straight you bowled.
Hesitation again. Ah, that was a chance. Not a surprise for us. We saw that indecision, miscommunication with the running between the wickets from the Sri Lankans in the first match. Here again, they escape.
I wonder how close that would have been. Direct hit. Fabian Allen came in with full speed. Would have been way short of his ground. I wonder if it wouldn't be better served going in and take the bails off with the ball in his hand. And the Sri Lankans, they're running between the wickets. So, I mean, for the first game, I know, not the best. You got to be very careful. You don't want to run out this early.
The Sanka was run out in that first ODI, responded to the call from Chandimal, survives this time. 22 for 1. Aggression from Alzari Joseph. A little too short. Kieron Pollard will expect this sort of tone to his bowling. Again, that hesitation, the call, then a little bit of a stutter. He knows it. Could have been 2 wickets for the West Indies. Short again. So just to conclude quickly on the appointment of Craig Brathwaite, when I assessed Jason Holder as captain during his stint, I felt that he could have contributed more tactically. He was quite weak in the manner in which he went about his role in the ODIs. At times wasn't able to read the game and to respond accordingly. And then I think on the softer side, in terms of his off the field with team members, I've heard that there's a lot more that he could have done. On the other hand, with Craig Brathwaite, I think it's a new opportunity for him. The success that he achieved in Bangladesh, from all reports off the field, he was strong in terms of encouraging his players and inspiring his players. And then tactically, he looked quite good. So I think there needs to be some sort of expectation placed on Craig Brathwaite in his role as captain, and then for that to be appraised at regular intervals.
He certainly did a wonderful job in Bangladesh, Craig Brathwaite, with a very inexperienced team. And kudos to him, right? And to get back to Jason Holder, I think one of the criticisms I have been talking about Jason Holder over the years that he's a bit too defensive-minded. And I spoke about that a lot. Sometimes I have teams on the run and you're still being so defensive rather than being more aggressive to finish them off. And that has been one of his weak points as well with Jason Holder. But having said all of that, you know, we still got to wish Craig Brathwaite and the team well. We want them to do well against in the series because it's all about West Indies cricket. And it's not about Jason Holder or Craig Brathwaite. West Indies cricket belongs to all of us, and we hope that they will do well and try and go on to win the series.
I would have hoped as well along the way in Jason Holder's stint as captain across formats, he would have been appraised accordingly. He would have been told what his deficient areas are, what his strengths are, and what the expectations are from the selectors. Goes aerial. Plugs a bit. The timing and power wasn't there. But the commitment to the stroke allowed for 2 runs.
Was looking to hit it a lot straighter. And I think the extra bounce didn't allow for that. He's been very good this morning, Alzari, Joseph. Looks very focused.
Five overs gone, 25 for 1. Jesse's runs conceded by Alzari Joseph. Jason Holder, more expensive, 17 conceded so far. Immediately making the adjustment, getting a little bit fuller, a little bit wider. The pitch for today, the same as that used in the first ODI. Looks dark brown in patches. Maybe a bit of moisture still from the preparation earlier. But generally good for batting. That is what we've seen here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Edged and taken. Was it pad? Bat?
Shai Hope. Was that bat or was it pad? Certainly of the thigh pad. Good take by Shai Hope. Centurion in the first ODI. Played extremely well. Hadn't played cricket for a little while, but it didn't show.
There was a loud sound as the ball passed and went through to the wicketkeeper. Clear evidence that it made contact with the thigh pad.
One of the things I would like to see Jason Holder do more is hit the pitch a bit harder. Doesn't hit the pitch hard enough. For a very tall man, I don't expect him to bowl 90 miles an hour. We know that's not going to happen. But I believe if he hit the pitch a little harder, get the ball to bounce a bit more, hit the splice of the bat, he could be more effective. But he doesn't hit the pitch hard enough. He just sort of, just as we say, kiss the surface. Just like that. Doesn't really hit the pitch hard. You just rest the ball on the surface. And I can guarantee you, DG Ganga, if you hit the pitch a little harder, you get a little extra zip off the surface.
Do you think that that's probably him trying to focus on his control? Maybe a bit of swing as well. Two is the call. They should get there comfortably.
Try.
3. Zari Joseph had to sprint around from that 5-leg position. 28 for 1.
Let's keep following the ball, man.
Dinesh Chandimal will carry a lot of responsibility with the bat in the absence of Angelo Matthews. The Sri Lankan team lacking experience in ODI cricket. Didn't get hold of it properly, but some good footwork there. Was a long chase. Evin Lewis had to show his football skills and then agility to get over the advertising board.
Certainly did very, very well, Evin Lewis. It was a long chase. First, stop the 4, good footwork. Hurdle 1, then 2. Very well done. Brought a smile to his face as well.
I mentioned the inexperience of this Sri Lankan team. Outside of Tisara Pereira and Dinesh Chandimal, all the other players in this 11, they've played 50 ODIs or less. Very different to the West Indies team, where there are quite a number of players who've played over 50 ODI matches. And many times you rely on that experience when you're in must-win situations to get you over the line. Dinesh Chandimal with 148 matches, Tisara Pereira, the 2 players with over 100 ODIs, the others under 50. Captain Karuna Ratna, only 33 matches. Most of their bowlers as well, lacking experience in this format at this level.
Certainly is an opportunity for most of them to establish themselves in ODI cricket. It's amazing the disparity between most of these younger players. Look at West Indies. Lots of experience. Shai Hope 80. Darren Bravo over 100. Pollard, the captain, over 100. Jason Holder over 100. So there's some good experienced players in that lineup. To compare with Sri Lanka, West Indies are so much more experienced.
Both teams at different stages of development, you would say. Kieron Pollard and his men attempting to move into that performing stage as a team. Chopped on. Second wicket now to Alzarri Joseph. His consistency in lengths and lines paying dividends.
Certainly look a different bowler today than he did in the first ODI. Really on target, bowling with good pace as well. Good delivery, just came back into the batsman and went on to hit the timber. The Sanka is gone for 10. Sri Lanka 32 for 2.
Yes, sorry. Every kiss again, sorry.
28-year-old Oshada Fernando, who was born in Colombo, comes to the crease. Ayuba Wan wanna come, for those of you looking on from Sri Lanka. Would be happy with this. The Sanka just not getting the line right. Came back in and couldn't make the adjustment. Also his positioning, he was neither forward nor back, just caught on the crease. That's not where you want to be as a batsman, especially when you're in the top order. You want to be a little more clinical in your movement, in your commitment to cover the line of the ball. Here's Joseph, last delivery of his over.
Went for the Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Just chipped into the onside for 2. End of over number 7. Sri Lanka 34 for 2.
Sri Lanka in a heap of trouble here. They've lost 2 wickets within 7 overs. Alzarri Joseph, the wicket taker, he's gotten 2 for 14 from his 4.
Pollard will be very pleased with the adjustment in length from Joseph. We'll need Holder now to hit a better length, more consistent length to Gunatilaka. Brilliant shot. That wasn't all that short. Gunatilaka's form is outstanding.
Such good hands there. Not all the way sharp, but what timing. He's on a way to get his hands through that shot so quickly and hit it in front of square. no chance for Evin Lewis, who was at deep backward square leg.
Sweeper goes out offside right of your screen, so it will allow holder to focus on one side of the surface because Gunatilaka has been scoring on both sides of the wicket. Very good hit with the wind. The ability of Gunatilaka to pick length early is brilliant.
Jason Holder hasn't been consistent with his lengths at all. Way too short on that occasion. Easily dealt with by a man who is in such prime form. That one goes 77 meters.
More than likely with this field that's set with a batsman playing as he is, you have the sweeper offside. Two men behind square, catching or saving one, so you want to be more erring towards the off stump. Like that, but good batting.
Don't quite mind Jason Holder trying to bowl straighter at Gunatilaka. He showed how good he is through the offside. But every time he's gone straighter, he's erred in length. He's been a bit too short, allowing him to get on that back foot and dispatch the deliveries.
Fernando coming into the team today. No Angelo Matthews. .45 for 2. Interesting that Joseph is out of the attack after that last over. I thought he deserved one more given the rhythm that he's been in. Pressing need to take pace off the ball at Gunatilaka has superseded this man. You watched Joseph bowl in Bangladesh recently. He only picked up a couple of wickets, but he bowled very well. He wasn't bowling to defend great totals. That's one thing people forget. They worry about his wicket taking. But Joseph was superb. He carried the mantle of leading bowler brilliantly. Little rusty in the first game, but far better today. Long on and deep backward square.
I quite agree with you there, Bish. Alzarri Joseph was mightily unfortunate during that series as well. And that's perhaps why he was so disappointed with the way he went about with his bowling in the first game. But Akil Hossain into the attack early.
Super shot. Again from Gunatilaka.
With a slip in place. Initially, you'll think this is a risk, but he watches the ball right onto the back, plays it late enough to beat that man at first slip.
.50 comes up for Sri Lanka. Can Gunatilaka bat deep? Can he bat to overs 35 to 40? Playing the way that he's playing, there will be no issue with his tempo. But can he take it deep? Got to 50 in the first game on a pitch that deserved 300 plus as a total. The running stunted Sri Lanka's progress with Gunatilaka in this form. And it looks another good surface today. Changes work though. Akil Hussain gets a wicket. The safe hands of Jason Holder. And Fernando's entrance to the team is short.
Akil Hussain gets his 50th listed wicket. Loose drive from Fernando, easily held by Jason Holder there at first slip. Elation for Akil Hussain. Sri Lanka lose their third at 50.
Very, very important man in this lineup with the absence of Angelo Matthews. Senior man, another senior man in Dinesh Chandimal critical. Very good from Holder, very good from Hussain. And there's more than one way to skin a cat for Kieron Pollard, Joseph or Akil Hussain. He has to be more patient with his bowling than he was in the first ODI, Akil Hussain. Biggest short leg in world cricket in position. He blocks out the sun, Kieron Pollard.
Dinesh Chandimal was out to left arm spinner in the previous game. Went to Fabian Allen. Offered an easy catch to Hayden Walsh Jr. at Bauer Point.
Nice line. Very good from West Indies, 50 for 3. Joseph has changed ends, and the only reason I can think of was that they wanted to take pace off the ball, particularly, not exclusively to Gunatilaka, but they didn't want the left-arm spinner bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end to get hit with the wind down to the western side. So Hussain replaced Joseph, who I felt deserved another over. He's gotten it, but he's gotten it from the other end. So immediately Shakira Selman, he has to make adjustments for wind direction and maybe a slight change in the landscape.
Starts well. Only concedes a single. But what that does more importantly is it gets Chandimal on straight. Getting it dangerous. Gunatilaka all straight first ball of the over. Sorry.
Don't mind that actually. When a guy is playing, as saying off here to you, when a guy is playing as well as Gunatilaka is playing, you want to get him out. Your first option is to get him out. But it's not a bad option to get him off strike in these conditions. Let him spend some time stagnant at the non-strikers end and bowl at the other guy. New guy, slip and gully. Joseph's length is just so much better. Number of deliveries in the good length area. He's bowled a few short balls. I have no problem with that at all. But a much better conglomeration of deliveries in and around the length. That's to the left-hander. And then the delivery to get rid of Nissanka. So as I said to you, he bowled beautifully in Bangladesh. And prior to that, he was getting wickets in ODIs. So sometimes you don't always tell the quality of a performer just by the numbers.
I know that too well as a bowler myself.
Ditto. Excellent fielding.
Good hand by Darren Bravo, who was in quite close there at cover. Excellent commitment. Good from the West Indies.
Back to good length. Back to good length.
So far, Alzarri Joseph, as you pointed out, has been much fuller. He's bowled a better length. I thought in the first game, he perhaps got carried away with those shorter deliveries by the amount of bounce he was extracting. When he bowled the bouncer, it was really good, but sometimes he just tended to place it on that shorter length as opposed to really banging it in. If he's going to bowl short, he has to dig it in.
$51 for 3.
Come on.
Like so many parts of the world, Antigua and Barbuda have been impacted by the COVID virus, and the power play ends into the second phase where 4 fielders are allowed outside the inner circle. But Antigua and Barbuda have been impacted by a 8 p.m. curfew for a while now, which will be relaxed not too long from now. But for now, Akil Hussain again.
Kieron Pollard under the helmet again, but this time at silly mid-off.
Hey, boy! Hey, boy!
Keel has a lovely arm ball as well that can drift in on the wind to supplement his orthodox spin.
Catch him! Nice, Akel Hossain. I want to put a slip on a gully, buddy.
Chandimal off the mark.
Robin. You got one for your next man anyway.
Just 2 runs from this over, 53 for 3.
There's a gap to be filled because Angelo Matthews, the 9th leading run scorer for Sri Lanka in ODI cricket, had to return home to deal with a personal matter. We wish him all the best and hope that everything will be okay for Angelo. News is that Dasan Shanaka, who was supposed to captain the T20 team, still in quarantine. I think he comes out tomorrow. Whether he'll be available for the last game on Sunday, only time will tell. And Sri Lanka already without players like Vishka Fernando, Kusal Pereira, Kusal Mendes.
And with Angelo Matthews missing, that is why Dinesh Chandimal is so important to their cause. It's one of the more experienced batsmen in the side. He hasn't had the best outing to date. Got 150 in that T20 series, but failed in the first ODI.
Interesting how the pace of the game is now changed. You're getting Gunatilaka off strike a lot. He's only faced 5 balls out of the 17 in this, 18 in this partnership so far. So the game has slowed down. He's got to keep his head on. Was a bit short in the first game, as we mentioned. But today, he's been much better, Alzarri Joseph. I still feel he can pitch it up a little bit more onto a good length. He's gone to the short ball quite often.
Half-hearted appeal. Clearly missed everything. Shai Hope not too interested. Alzarri Joseph continuing to attack Tilika with that shorter delivery.
$55 for 3.
Yeah, bring. How long is gonna block for that? You said they get up like this side and can't bring it down the run.
Nakil Hussain.
Yes! One at a time, boys. Now run! Keep on, yeah!
Whoops.
Sri Lankans wouldn't want this. They wouldn't want another run out, especially not of the man set. We spoke about Dinesh Chandimal being dismissed, but he left-handed Allen last game. This was a near miss where he got that one just behind point. And this one straight into the lap of Hayden Walsh Jr.
Silly point. Captain has removed himself. Well bowled, well played. 59 for 3.
Excellent start by West Indies in this, the second one-day international here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Kieron Pollard won the toss and elected to bowl first, and his bowlers have really justified that decision thus far. 59 for 3 after 13. They'll feel very confident at this stage, but still lots of work to be done. Romario Shepherd introduced into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Not for 35 in that opener. So, not for 30 or 5. Welcomed with a boundary from Gunatilaka. Just seemed to have picked that length early enough, and he's favouring that portion of the field here in Darren Younger.
Gunatilaka had the chance to play in the T20Is. He understands the conditions here in Antigua and Barbuda. Had a few good scores in that series, and it's allowed him to play with this type of freedom because of the confidence from that series. Length a little too short for Gunatilaka. He doesn't really try to get onto that front foot. It's all about the hands for him.
Just overcompensating Romario Shepherd. White cold. Got into 50 in that first match. Gunatilaka 55 of 61 deliveries. First Sri Lankan to be dismissed. Obstruction in a very controversial manner. So he's had a start here as well, looking to get to another half century in consecutive matches. Goes over the offside this time. Gets enough on it. Challenges the boundary. Gets there. So another boundary for Gunatilaka.
Struggling with his start, Romario Shepherd. It's always difficult when a batsman goes after you very early. That was wide too full, not exactly where you want to land it with your first spell and your first couple deliveries. He was searching to make the adjustment after the first delivery that he bowled by getting a little bit fuller, but it was too wide on this occasion. Mention of Gunatilaka and the T20Is, 56 in that second match. Half century also in the first ODI in this series. So he's batting well.
You're full of confidence, and you'll have seen that from the way he has played. He's targeted the short balls in particular, batting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, hitting towards the smaller of the two halves with the wind. So good planning and preparation from Gunatilaka. Once he gets to that milestone, he'd want to push on. It's something that we haven't seen from the Sri Lankans so far, get into that significant score. Inside edge goes down towards the fine leg boundary. Misses it. Akil Hussain, Jason Mohammed, beg your pardon, gets his 50 in the end. Gunatilaka, his 10th half-century in one-day international cricket and consecutive half-centuries on this tour so far.
Umpires will just check and ensure that Mohammed did a good job. Not conclusive from that angle. Might have to get a different angle to see if the ball made contact with the advertising cushion. Difficult on both occasions to conclude.
Center. Slight for leg, slight. Leg.
Here we go again. Didn't get his entire hand behind the ball, Mohammed. We'll leave that for the TV umpire. And he decides that it's a boundary. So, good start yet again for Gunatilaka. Another half-century. And he continues his fine form with the bat. In November, he was the leading run scorer in the Lanka Premier League when he played for the Gold Gladiators. So he's developed a reputation for scoring runs across formats. Here he is again.
Been an expensive over so far from Romario Shepherd. His first 13 runs scored from it with 3 boundaries. So putting him under pressure early on, Gunatilaka, a new bowler. Not a bad option. Just targeting one of the bowlers. They need to get a good score here to keep this series alive in Sri Lanka. And Gunatilaka, you just feel that he has a major role to play in achieving that. $14 gone, 72 for 3.
Let's keep moving, fellas. We don't, boys. Come on, lads. Come on.
Beautiful, and Antigua and Barbuda host for this multi-format tour. Sri Lanka off the West Indies. Completed the T20 internationals. West Indies won that 2-1. Also won the first one-day international. So looking to close the series out. Akil Hussain been quite good in his 3 overs. Just a confirmation of what is to come. 1 more ODI followed by the 2 test matches.
Catch him. Move, Bob. Run, Bob.
And interestingly, West Indies haven't managed to win consecutive one-day internationals against a top 10 ranked nation since 2014. So an ideal opportunity here today for Kieron Pollard and his men to achieve that feat. Last time they did it was against Bangladesh when they won that series 3-0.
Bobby.
Just one fielder in the deep on the leg side. Mid-wicket for Akil Hussain, so 2 fielders cutting 1. Low on in position as well. So Kieron Pollard just trying to get some dot balls against Gunatilaka, but he's been really good so far.
These 2 teams, West Indies ranked 9th amongst teams in ODI cricket. Sri Lanka 8th, just ahead of the West Indies in terms of ODI ranking. What that does, it gives a context to the quality of play you would expect from these 2 teams. A lot of the success that they've gained in recent times has been about their batting. more so for the West Indies and even for Sri Lanka. They desperately need someone in the top 5 to bat all the way through and get a century. That's been instrumental towards them having winning outcomes.
Goes for the big shot, Gunatilaka, and gets it. And this time he goes against the wind, but had enough on it to clear the boundary.
Third 6 for Gunatilaka. He's been a little more aggressive in his approach in this innings. Might have considered himself unfortunate in that first game. He was given out obstruction.
Bad ball, man. That's
And he's not afraid to put pressure, transfer that pressure onto the bowlers. Dealing in boundaries, 7 4s, 3 6s so far in his innings.
Good delivery. They ended the over from Akhil Hussain a little bit quicker. Almost got the better of Gunatilaka. 15 overs gone, 81 for 3. It's time for the Blue Waters drinks break. Stifled appeal. Nothing from wicketkeeper Shai Hope. Seen Dinesh Chandimal being dismissed with that cut shot of the spinner in the first match. Tried it again. Didn't make contact this time.
Significant difference for the West Indies with the ball. This power play, first 10 overs, they picked up 3 wickets. Very unlike the first ODI. And it's a passage of play that the West Indies will need to focus more on, because previous to this series, they've been able to take wickets. That was the first one. And chopped on the second, Nissanka. Hussain getting his first wicket of the series. He will feel pleased with this now for power play 2.
Excellently driven down the ground by Chandimal. Authoritative and in control. And that will bring him some confidence.
He's a front foot player, Dinesh Chandimal. Very unlike his partner on the other end, Gunatilaka, who loves to play off the back foot and square off the wicket. A classical type player, you would say. Dinesh Chandimal with a wealth of experience. Very organized when he starts his innings, will be watchful, knows the importance of laying a good foundation.
Mario Shepherd just hemorrhaging runs from that's Andy Roberts' end, releasing the pressure that the other bowlers would have built up. So he would be mindful of that. Try to continue to create and sustain that pressure. And that's one way to get wickets. 18 runs and only into his second over so far. Well driven by Gunatilaka. And it shows his class. Didn't try to overhit that one. Just leaned to the front foot and placed it quite well. Another boundary for him.
Evidence of how good this pitch is. You can understand what Romario Shepherd is trying to do. He's recognized that Gunatilaka, he has scored majority of his runs square of the wicket, so he's trying to get that length a little bit fuller. Kieron Pollard might just need to make an adjustment to the field, maybe get his fielders in that extra cover region a little bit straighter if he's going to bowl that fuller length through the offside.
A much better delivery in terms of line and length. And the 16 overs gone, 90 for 3. 4 bowlers used so far by Kieron Pollard. Having won the toss and deciding to bat first. We'll have a change in bowling, however, from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Fabian Allen replaces Akil Hussain, similar in style, left and orthodox. That solitary wicket in that first match was the wicket off Dinesh Chandimal, who's on strike now.
I like this move by introducing Fabian Allen a lot earlier. In the last game, he came on the 30th over, and that's quite late. Kieron Pollard is putting himself at risk. When you have a bowler coming on to bowl at the 30th, you kind of not give yourself a chance of having a contingency if he doesn't start well. This time he gives him an early spell to assess his form, which is often quite good to have as a captain quite early in an innings, because it will allow you to balance and juggle your bowlers. Good work. Excellent work. Evin Lewis, he's been kept busy as a boundary rider.
Too short, too wide from Fabian Allen, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Gunathilaka, so he'll be looking to angle across. Really good surface here at the Sir Richard Stadium. Gunathilaka showing how good it is being able to play off the front foot, off the back foot with ease, not being bothered or troubled by the West Indian bowlers.
Bowling.
What you've seen from Kieron Pollard as it relates to Fabian Allen, he will keep him for a couple overs in the last power play. So there's an option for him bowling 3 spells now, because he's brought on and introduced so early in the innings.
And you see a deliberate attempt from Chandimal to keep that ball down, rolling his wrist on that cut shot. Be interested to see who Kieron Pollard goes for in the next over. Inside edge goes towards fine leg boundary. Not enough pace on it to go all the way. Good running from the Sri Lankans. And they get 3 to end that over. And the 17 gone, 97 for 3. West Indies looking to close the series out in the second match, having won the first. I still feel pretty happy with the way things have gone. 97 for 3. Gunathilaka unbeaten on 66. Chandimal unbeaten on 15. Partnership now 47 from these two, and doing a good rebuilding job after those 3 wickets would have fallen quite early in this match. Kieron Pollard brings himself into the attack after 2 expensive overs from Mario Shepherd. Bowled 5 overs in that first match, got 1 for 15, made that initial breakthrough with a brilliant caught-on bowl. Short third man, short fine leg for Kieron Pollard, so you'd expect that he bowls a lot of those slower balls that he is well known for. Pace off. He starts with it. Starts with that finger across the ball, off spinning slower ball.
In good batting conditions, Kieron Pollard is a very good option with the ball. He'll take pace off of it. He will use the angle of the crease. His release points will be different. Sometimes he give you like a double arm action before he delivers the ball. So those subtle differences could create problems.
Yeah, Gunatilaka has been quite good in this innings, beaten on 66, but the pull shot has been quite productive for him, quickly picking up that length and helping the ball away on the one side, front of square, backward of square. And one of his more attacking strokes, Gunatilaka off the spinner as well, he was able to hit that 6 off Akil Hussain. But they will need these two to improve and increase this partnership with 49 now. They have to get upwards of 250, perhaps close to that 300 mark. So how easily the West Indies chased in 232 in the first, loss of only 2 wickets. So much more needed from these two.
Partnership for these two experienced players at the crease. They know how important it is for them to bat many overs, set the innings up. Their captain Karunaratne spoke about getting to 280 and that being a good score batting first.
This has been a bit of a contrast, this batting effort from the first game. Got to 105 without loss in that first one and then collapsed to 232. They lost some early wickets and now they're trying to rebuild and repair. Sarah Pereira, Ashan Bandara still in the sheds. So they're hopeful that if these two can continue this partnership, 18 overs gone, 100 for 3. Brilliant conditions here at the Sir Richard Stadium. Brilliant sunshine, white clouded sky, nice breeze across the venue to bring some respite to the fielders and the batsmen and all out there. Pulled away. Dinesh Chandimal this time. He gets it all the way over the boundary. A bit short from Fabian Allen, and got the treatment it deserved.
Chandimal would have seen what his partner on the other end has done by being able to trust the bounce on this surface, so he's not afraid to hang back, wait for anything short, like on this occasion. Quick to use the depth of the crease, and he picked his spot.
And he has 4 one-day international centuries, Dinesh Chandimal, along with 22 half centuries, as Evin Lewis retrieves that ball from behind the scoreboard. Quite a long way to go for him. He hails from Ananda College in Colombo, alma mater of Marvan Atapatu, Arjuna Ranatunga, Tilan Samaria. So he has some pedigree. Dinesh Chandimal hasn't been firing off leads.
If you're a Sri Lankan supporter, you'll be expecting these two to bat, and at least for one of them to score a century, which will be vital for Sri Lanka getting to around 280. From a Sri Lankan point of view, that's what is required. West Indies and Kieron Pollard will be thinking about wickets in this power play too. They did a good job in that first game, where they picked up 7 wickets in this phase. So far, no wickets in power play 2.
Chance for a run out here. A bit of miscommunication again. It has been the hallmark of their running. In that first match, 2 run outs. Another miscommunication from these two. Gunatilaka and Chandimal. Going for that 3rd run. Let's look at Gunatilaka. He was not interested whatsoever in the 3rd. Chandimal was charging back. Better throw might have had him.
Well, Gunatilaka made the assessment. He knew that there wasn't a 3rd run on. Chandimal was looking, running before getting the commitment from his partner. That's why he found himself in trouble.
Good delivery to end. Just 8 runs coming from that over. 19 gone, 108 for 3.
$108 for 3. Sri Lanka. Pretty good fight back so far, having lost 3 quick wickets. Good partnership building at this point. 59 from 65 deliveries. Gunatilaka playing extremely well. He's on 68. Did he get a touch on that, Captain Pollard? I guess not. Sri Lanka really fighting back here. No, there was no touch at all. Good afternoon, Bish. Oh, is it still morning? I put my apologies. Good morning, Bish. How are you?
Always happy to be here with you, Sir Kirtley Ambrose. Elder statesman. Just feel that your greatness rubs off on all of us, given the sterling work that this man has done for West Indies cricket. All plaudits deserved, even the end from which the ground is named. What do you make of, can you fortify in your own mind a plan against Gunatilaka?
Well, certainly at age 57, I wouldn't stand much of a chance, would I?
I'm not talking about you bowling, you're getting ahead of yourself now. I think Pollard's variation, though, is critical in taking pace off the ball and really just trying to slow Gunatilaka at worst, as I mentioned earlier. I don't think Shepherd hit the right length at all. And every so often, 1 or 2 of the spinners are allowing that boundary ball, so there must be a tightening up for a period in order to create that wicket. These two going very well. Love the way Gunatilaka and Chandimal are going along. 112 for 3.
Yours, bro.
I certainly think taking pace off the ball, especially against Gunnathilika, would be the best way to go, because he seemed to love the ball coming onto the bat, so he can play his strokes quite freely, as he has done against Shepherd and even Jason Holder earlier. And Captain Pollard so far is doing that. Just hoping the other bowlers can, you know, do the same thing.
Two off the over, 114 for 3.
Let's go, Maxwell. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Turn back the clock, Sir Kirtley, to your mind. When conditions are as good for batting as this is, what would be your bowling plan to some batsmen that are set?
Well, I don't know how well my clock is working, but I'll give it a go. No, but on a pitch like this, which offers no assistance to the bowlers, no seam, no swing, nothing is happening, you can't blast people out on a pitch like this. So what I suggest the bowler should do is to contain, build pressure, force the batsman to play out of character, which is going to be the key. Because they're not going to sit there over after over and not try to score. So once you can build pressure long enough, they will do something different and the wickets will come then. But it's not a situation where you could blast people out. Nothing is happening. Pressure, containment. That's the key. Not convinced at all. Oh, that's not good cricket. Not good cricket. A bit of a fumble resulted in a single. The running between the wickets for the Sri Lankans haven't been good at all, Bish.
Fabian Allen, the thrower. Gleaming new top four, the West Indies, can be purchased at this website, of course, in your varying sizes. Hopefully there are sizes for all and sundry. And of course, if you buy multiple tops, you get free shipping in the Caribbean or within the Caribbean. .118 for 3. Partnership going at better than a runner ball, and that is very good for Sri Lanka. They'll want to take these two experienced, well, certainly in Chandimal's case, very experienced, very talented for Gunatilaka deep into the innings. Gunatilaka, of course, had test match experience the last time Sri Lanka were here in the Caribbean in the day-night encounter at Kensington Oval in Barbados. I just feel with Chandimal that he needs to give Sri Lanka more with the bat. 31 years of age, 146 ODIs, 2 centuries in his first 6 games. And almost 140 ODIs later, he's only scored 2 more centuries in that. He's so talented.
Certainly not good enough for frontline batsman. He's got many opportunities to score more centuries, and he can do it. But something is just missing why he isn't doing so.
Joe.
Certainly a wonderful partnership building here. Already 7-1 between Chandimal and Gunatilaka. They're really doing the damage, repair damage, after losing 3 quick wickets, Sri Lanka.
Oh, yes.
122 for 3. Bandara, who scored a half century in the first game on ODI debut. Tisara Pereira, very experienced as well. You know, who can pull up with a big spell for the Windies. Jason Holder came back well in the first game after an indifferent spell. I wonder if he could put his hand up and say, I can make the adjustment if I get another spell. There's the part-time off spin. I suppose Jason Mohammed might argue he's more than part-time now. From Mohammed, who got 2 wickets in the first game.
Romario Shepherd is another one of those bowlers who need to redeem himself. Had 2 very poor overs, actually, conceding 22 runs. Hasn't really looked the part since the first ODI, Romario Shepherd. So that is a cause for concern for Captain Pollard as well.
.20 balls without a boundary for Danushka Gunatilaka. And it's not a T20 game. And the only reason I'm saying that is that sometimes we expect boundaries to continue to flow. Sri Lanka will hope he doesn't expect boundaries to continue to flow seamlessly. A little bit of pressure relative on him, and he tries to create something. Hussein gets the glare from Kieron Pollard. He was okay.
Captain Kieron Pollard, from time to time, Bish, we've seen him with this double swing of the arm just prior to delivery. Probably trying to put off the batsman as opposed to a conventional one swing and bowl. This double swing. .128 for 3.
You expect to have to absorb a little bit of pressure if you're the fielding unit at some point at this level. And this partnership has been wonderful. 78. I'd probably be inclined to go to the two Jasons, and there are many ways to do it. I'm not saying this is the format that Pollard will use, but because of his experience, I'd be inclined to go to him for a spell and maybe go to him as well. The two Jasons, just to have it theoretically spinning a different way in Mohammed.
Down, boy. Head for me.
Oh. Running was a little bit late for Chandimal in taking off.
Decent delivery from Fabian Addy. Look at that, popped up. And then the poor running continues. Too many indecisions from the batsmen. Yes, no, yes, no. I have to agree with you there, Bish, going for Jason Holder or Jason Mohammed or both, because Romario Shepherd, not very experienced and is struggling. So you wouldn't want to bring it back into the attack. So Jason Holder would be an option, or Jason Mohammed. We'll see what Captain Pollard does.
And the reason I wouldn't go for Shep immediately, Romario Shepherd, I'd perhaps go to him maybe if I pick up a couple of wickets and I feel I need to get through some overs and give him confidence. But he wouldn't be my first port of call. I agree with you. Just 2 off the over, 130 for 3.
Keep moving, boys.
One Jason is in. Mohammed replacing Kieron Pollard. Jason Mohammed picked up the wickets of Kamindu Mendes and Wanindu Hasaranga in the first ODI.
So he has got some confidence at this point. And I think it's a good move on the part of Pollard, the captain.
First boundary for a while for Gunatilaka. Something like 25 deliveries. His innings has ebbed and flowed as you'd expect it has to at this level.
Slightly wide delivery from Jace Mohammed. And of course, Gunatilaka is in such good form.
Much better line. What he might try to do from that straight line is to play a sweep. And the square leg is in front of square, not behind square. Very well bowled. Good comeback after the boundary. 1 3 4 for 3. Captain himself, Kieron Pollard. Single taken, shouldn't have been. You think about Sri Lanka and their entrance into international cricket or test match cricket anyway as we look ahead in 1982. Some of their great players. Brilliantly fielded. 2 taken. I remember the days of Siddharth Wettimuni, who was previously a lead selector for them. Convener, Chairman Roy Diaz. Duleep Mendes, who's still been, after his career, gone into coaching. I think he was coaching Oman the last time I can remember. Ranjan Madagali, match referee, loveliest gentleman in the world. Shanta Demel, medium fast bowler. Lovely Sri Lankan cricketers of a bygone era. 140 for 3. And so currently, as we move up in eras, we've had previously Kumar Sangakkara, most runs in ODI cricket for Sri Lanka, Mahela Jayawardena, Aravinda De Silva, Tilakaratne Dilshan, and so many more excellent batsmen who've come out.
They certainly have produced a lot of wonderful cricketers. And of course, can't forget someone like Jai Surya, top of the order, who we all know is a shotgun. Kalitu Rana, the wicketkeeper, is another one. And of course, the captain, Ranatunga. They produced so many wonderful cricketers in Sri Lanka.
Of course, Romesh Kaluwitharana and Sanath Jayasuriya were instrumental in Sri Lanka winning the World Cup in 1996. They changed the face of the game with that opening partnership that was aggressive, taking advantage of the new hard ball. High point, a real high point of Sri Lankan cricket. that 1996 World Cup win. Of course, they're T20 world champions as well in 2014. Made the final of the 50 over World Cup out here in the Caribbean in 2007. Coach Tom Moody, by Tom Moody then, who's once again involved in Sri Lankan cricket. Hello, Tom, Director of Cricket. Of course, Tom, for many years of the CPL, our T20, domestic T20 tournament, has been heavily involved. Managing. I think Jason Holder has to come back into the attack. These batsmen are managing these middle overs.
Sri Lanka certainly has produced a lot of great players. There's a tremendous Vas, and of course Nasit Malinga, and of course Mutaya Muralitharan. Wonderful, wonderful cricketers Sri Lanka has produced over the years. And they must be given a lot of credit, as you quite rightly mentioned, Bish. Since 1996 World Cup, they sort of changed the way, the approach. You know, back in those days, you wait for the last 15 to really up the tempo. They decided they're going to make use of the first 15 with the field restrictions, and worked very well.
Much to my disappointment, because I was on the receiving end of a bit of it. Not you. No one got a hold of you. Too good.
Well, I don't have time to expand on that, Bish. End of over number 28 is 143 for 3.
Sri Lanka 143 for 3. 28 overs gone. It's been a wonderful partnership from these two. 93 at the moment. Shot for LBW. Might just be a discussion. No, there isn't. One stage, Sri Lanka were 50 for 3. Having lost those 3 wickets quite early. But they've really steadied things. Gunathilaka, along with Dinesh Chandimal, very experienced pair. Bat onto pad. Sweeps again. Protection in the deep. A really mature hand from Gunathilaka when they needed it most in this second one-day international to keep the series alive. Remember, West Indies won the first, and they need to win this one to keep the series alive. And they're relying quite heavily on him. And if he can stay to the very end, Gunathilaka, it will be a massive score for him. Very free-flowing batsman. Kieron Pollard have used 6 bowlers to date. Chance for a run out. Good running this time from these two. Where can this wicket come from, Shakira Salman?
These two batsmen have done quite well for Sri Lanka. But West Indies have managed to taper that scoring. They haven't gotten away. They're only scoring at 5, just over 5 and over. Perhaps if they want to break this partnership, they'll have to bring back Jason Holder. He hasn't bowled for a while.
Excellent fielding. from Nicholas Puran. Prevents the run. A good over, 3 from it. 146 for 3. The feeling generally has been good. This partnership has been even better. In the 96 from 124 balls. And he's favored that area, Gunathilaka. That mid-wicket area with the win brings up the 100 partnership from these two. Excellent recovery. And 150 on the board as well.
This one easily worked over short mid-wicket. Gunathilaka been very good through the onside today in particular. He usually favors that offside. He's shown good versatility today.
Clean him up. Jason Mohammed again makes the breakthrough. And the main wicket, the prize wicket of Gunathilaka on 96. And look at that celebration. They know how important that wicket is, for the West Indies.
We're going to have to call Jason Mohammed the man with the golden arm. The man who you perhaps least expect to take a wicket. Gets the big one of Gunathilaka. Very disappointed, getting to 96. Or shy of his 3rd ODI century. Joy for Jason Mohammed. Being carried there by Darren Bravo. Well played, Gunathilaka. 96 from 96, but Sri Lanka lose their 4th at 150.
The man of the moment, Jason Mohammed, makes the crucial breakthrough for the West Indies. The wicket of the well-set Gunathilaka. Just missing that one completely and off peg and being sent back. Disappointment and dismay from Gunathilaka. Would have expected to do much better with that delivery. And Jason Mohammed once again makes that breakthrough. New batsman Ashwin Bandara comes to the crease. 50 on debut in the last match. Played that sweep shot almost to perfection throughout. The hallmark of that innings. And I asked you previously, Shakiri, about where that wicket would come from. Well, Jason Mohammed produced it.
Who would have thought it would have come from him besides Kieron Pollard and himself? I was about to say Jason Holder or maybe Alzari Joseph. Holder obviously hasn't bowled since the 8th over. It's been tidy going from Jason Mohammed.
He's performed this role for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in a recently concluded Super 50 tournament, bowling through the middle overs. He also did quite a bit of bowling for West Indies against Bangladesh in Bangladesh, where he was captain of that one-day international team. So he's quite used to this now. Many people still consider him a part-time bowler, but I'm sure he's much more than that now, having had not only tremendous experience, but some success as well along the way. Got that 2 wickets in the first match, already picking up 1 here. Quite economical as well, so another option for Kieron Pollard through these middle overs. just to control things a little bit more. And 6 runs and the wicket. 30 overs gone, 152 for 4. Seven bowlers used by Kieron Pollard so far. 2 wickets to Alzarri Joseph, 1 to Jason Mohammed. And Chandimal will be required to stay there for as long as he possibly could to get to that maybe 275 run mark. And Shakira Salman, you were with me earlier today when we looked at the pitch. It's still a very firm pitch, and what we've seen so far from it, nice bounce, nice carry, not much turn, so the Sri Lankan spinners might not be as effective as they would hope, so they need to get a good score to put pressure on the West Indians and to keep this series alive.
During the interview, their captain said they fell short. They should have gotten perhaps 270, 280 in that first game. I actually think it's a much better pitch than that. I think you have to get around 300 if you're going to make. If you're going to put any pressure on the opposing team. It's a very good pitch, very batting friendly. Saw how easy Tilaka was able to go about his innings. Bowlers have had to work really hard.
Here's the call, just 1. At a similar stage in that first match, after 30 overs, the Sri Lankans were 147 for 4. And then that's when things went a bit awry for them. They eventually ended on 232. So they'll be mindful of that. Kieron Pollard too will be wary of that. Try to initiate a similar collapse. Chandimal well set. Bandara very confident from the last match.
Easy! Look at it, look at it.
Then he tries that sweep shot, appeal for stumped. Go up to the third umpire.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for stumping. Fair delivery already established. Can you give me your best side on shot, please?
Coming to ultra edge, wide.
Foots down, foots down, foots down, down, down. Remains down, bail's broken. Thank you, I'm ready for my decision to the big screen. Decision to the big screen is not out. I repeat, not out.
And confirmation from the third umpire, not out. Hard sweep from Bandara. Managed to keep his foot behind the line. In the air, but in the gap as well. Another good over here from the West Indies. 31 gone, 156 for 4. Jason Mohammed continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end in that last over against Gunathilaka. That successful over for him. Some variable bounce here. Just a little bit lower. Almost similarly pitched delivery. And look at that difference in terms of the bounce. Really prolific at that sweep shot, Ashan Bandara. Something that I'm sure he would have practiced quite a lot coming through the ranks, and we haven't seen West Indian batsmen in particular play that sweep shot well enough against the spinners. Good run in between the wickets from these two. But the way he controls that shot, Ashan Bandara keeps his eyes over the ball, shows that he makes contact, and he doesn't try to overhit it, and that's the key.
Ashan Bandara scored quite heavily via that sweet shot in the last game. The West Indies will remember that. You just take a look at Evin Allen's last ball in that previous over. He pulls back the length, stopping him from sweeping. Quick single. Umpire goes upstairs.
TV umpire to director. We have a run-out review at the bowler's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please?
Stand by, here we go. White ball approach.
Bats down, cross the crease. Satisfying that the bat is grounded when the bails are broken. Decision to big screen is not out.
Not out.
I repeat, not out.
Direct hits, always very tricky for the umpires. Not out the decision in the end, just making sure. Another good over from Jason Mohammed, just the 4. 32 gone, 160 for 4. The current run rate, the Sri Lankans will get to 252. Just feel that they need maybe 25 runs more than that.
That delivery once more. Evin Allen just holds that back. See, Bandara shapes up for a sweep very early. And in the previous game, we were highlighting that perhaps the West Indies bowlers will want to either pull back their length or get a bit fuller to Bandara just to stop him from sweeping. So very good on Evin Allen's part. They've done their homework.
Bandara too has made that adjustment in his game. Now that he's seen them trying to pull that length back, he's playing a little bit more off the back foot. So they've taken away that shot from him, and he's finding another way to just rotate the strike. Dinesh Chandimal has been quite solid through the middle, especially what they needed at this time. The Sri Lankans, all of his experience coming to the fore. Got a half century in the final T20 International. Dinesh Chandimal.
Oh, yes, man.
And you would remember that crucial partnership between these two in that final T20. Bandara also contributed with a 44 not out.
There he goes with that sweep shot. Once again, Bandara. 33 overs gone, 164 for 4. And it's time now for a Blue Waters drinks break. Gunatilaka and Chandimal. It was really looking quite menacing for the West Indies. They've got Bandara, who got that half century in the first ODI, along with the very experienced Dinesh Chandimal. Kieron Pollard persisting with Jason Mohammed from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's done a good job. 4 overs, 1 for 17. Just feel that maybe they can look to someone else, perhaps from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, to be a little bit more penetrative and try to get some further inroads into the Sri Lankan batting lineup. Maybe a Jason Holder, perhaps even Azari Joseph. Romario Shepherd was off the boil in his first spell, 2 expensive overs.
Isara Pereira to come next for the Sri Lankans, followed by Hasaranga and Chamira.
I'm sure Kieron Pollard is thinking about that next wicket and where it can come from, possibly. They've been playing the spinners quite well, quite easily with these two. Bandara quite new to the crease, but loves the sweep. And Chandimal has been there for a while, rotating the strike quite well. Maybe a change in pace, just to mix things up and change the rhythm of the batsman from one end, at least.
Jason Holder would be my option if I were to change the bowling. Perhaps save Alzari Joseph for when that Isara Pereira comes to the crease. He's not known to be very good at facing good fast bowling. Alzari Joseph already bowled 6 overs.
A scramble seam from Jason Mohammed, getting some turn as well. And full toss this time. So the Sri Lankan spinners will be looking on. It's the same pitch that we used in the first one-day international, so it's a bit more worn. Sri Lankan spinners were ineffective in that first one, and I'm sure they'll be looking to make amends to keep Sri Lanka alive in this series. But they've been doing this quite well. And just think that Kieron Pollard will need to make a change. 34 overs gone, 168 for 4. Dinesh Chandimal doesn't have a half century, ODI half century against the West Indies just yet. So a chance for him to get his first. Ashan Bandara on debut already has one. That first one. Pollard continues with Fabian Allen from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
All is for 2. Limited to just 1 by Akil Hossain. So we're out on the boundary. Fabian Allen into his last over. Does not have a wicket as yet. But he's been quite economical. It's gone for 41.
West Indies last won a one-day international series at home in 2020 against Ireland. Won that series 3-0. So a rare opportunity for Kieron Pollard and his men to get back-to-back series win at home.
Oh, yes, man.
Sri Lanka, of course, are missing quite a few key players on this tour. Kusal Pereira, Vishka Fernando, Kusal Mendes, who were quite good when these two teams last met in Sri Lanka last year around the same time. And from a bowling front, Isuru Udana is missing. So a much weakened Sri Lankan team, but West Indies They just want to close this series off and not get to a third one international on Sunday with the series on the line. There's Chandimal, 38 dots from the 75 balls he's faced, but 48, and he did a good repair job when the team needed him most. Another useful over from Fabian Allen, just 3 runs coming from it. End of his spell as well. None for 43 from 10. 35 gone, 171 for 4.
Bobby.
Fabian Allen completing his spell of 10, going wicketless. Fairly economical, you would say, in good batting conditions. On the cusp of another landmark, Dinesh Chandimal. Nice effort in the field by Kieron Pollard. Has to wait a little longer to get to his landmark. And there it is, his 23rd ODI half century. Dinesh Chandimal playing the situation, and a solid innings from the right-hander.
And he needs to bat deeper for Sri Lanka. He's very experienced in the context of this team. Needs to kick on. Man from short fine leg has gone just in front of square. I like that field set, and I'll say that initially, a few overs ago, I was thinking Jason Holder should be the first seamer to come back, but since we're now into over 36, with Alzarri Joseph having 4 more, I'd be inclined to go Joseph for a couple, take a spell, and if needs be, come back.
Sent back, and quite rightly so. We said a lot about the running between the wickets by the Sri Lankans. I also would like to add that that indifferent running has been created partly to the good aggressive movement towards the ball by the West Indian fielders and the good powerful arms as well. Those 2 factors creating the indecision. .176 for 4.
Nigel, come in there. All on is going off, 3-1-2.
Another good effort in the field, not afraid to dive. Didn't pick it up cleanly, but the body language good so far by the West Indies in terms of their out cricket. Couple blemishes, but that's a factor that could insert pressure on the opposition in terms of their running between the wickets. called it Ian Bishop. Alzari Joseph with the ball. Nearly chopped on off the first delivery of his second spell.
It's a weird noise from that bottom edge. Might have hit our sound effects microphone just behind the stumps. A little black wiring.
Sorry. Sorry. Shadow.
Country of Antigua and Bermuda. Always with beautiful images of the beaches around this island that separates the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. Island paradise, they say. You can't not enjoy this island. One of the lovely bays around the island. You've enjoyed Long Bay, where the accommodation is for teams and crew.
Wait.
Still a critical moment in the match for both teams. Sri Lanka, these two will not want to part ways. Chandimal in particular will see his partner Gunatilaka miss out on a century. Has a chance of getting one here. There's enough depth in this batting that will allow him to have the confidence to play shots later on. He's been there for quite a while. Pereira, Hasaranga. They can play meaningful innings in this format. Work for Evin Lewis, work for him, he can't get there. Good boundary for the Sri Lankans. 182 for 4. Very early into his second spell, not generating the type of pace. In full control, Chandimal. Yeah, he's disappointed. Was a long way away from Evin Lewis. Alzari Joseph. There's not quite a lot of turn on this surface. I'm surprised that Bandara is using the sweep shot as his first option to score against Jason Mohammed. There's an opportunity for him to use his feet, maybe cover the line. Yeah, and you'd expect that a top order batsman will move into the ball and work it through the gap. That should be simple. Again, he goes across the line. Was full, but the execution was good.
He really does play the sweep shot well, and what I mean by that is that he plays it off varying lengths, but he also hits it fine, he hits it square, and now he's hitting it in front of square. So wherever they shift the deep square or short square, so far he's eluded that fielder.
Use of the feet, doesn't get to the pitch, but still goes for the shot. Romario Shepherd takes a relatively simple catch. Yep, frustration for Bandara.
I think Jason Mohammed is now moving from part-timer, if he hasn't done so already, into a very strategic and skillful bowling option. Nowhere near to the pitch of it. Might have been a premeditated shot after the sweep for 4. And that's a soft dismissal. Yes, he knows that himself. He gave it away. But great credit to Jason Mohammed. Bandara goes for 18, 186 for 5.
One of the 2 changes to this Sri Lankan 11 for today's game to Sarah Pereira. Quite a lot of experience playing in this format.
And looking at the length of it, it was flat. It wasn't up in the air. So that had to be a predetermined shot, because there's nothing about the loop of the delivery that would have encouraged him to come down the track, unless Jason Mohammed saw him coming early. Worried about the Sri Lankan running.
Yes. Ball is right down, down to you.
Akil Hussain with a couple fumbles. Still inexperienced at this level. Slip in place for the new batsman, Pereira. Excellent from Fabian Allen. Covers a lot of ground quickly, prevents a single. 187 for 5. Overs remaining in the innings. A little more responsibility now on Dinesh Chandimal. Haven't seen him take his tempo to his batting a little bit higher as we get to the end of this innings. Something that he will have to time properly. The other thing that Kieron Pollard has done well is He's used only 3 fielders beyond the 30-yard circle for majority of this power play number 2. What that has done is created a little more pressure in the inner ring, prevented a lot of the easier singles for batsmen. And he's contained the opposition by doing so. And that's the tactical awareness you want to see in a 50-over game, especially in good batting conditions. Must also be coordinated with the bowlers to do that. Now the appeal, was there an inside edge? Was there an inside edge? Probably a sound prompting the appeal.
Did it hit the leg of Thisara Pereira? There was definitely a noise. Pad. And pitched outside leg, I would assume, so the LBW doesn't come into it.
Kieron Pollard not on the field. Nicholas Pooran deputizing for him as vice captain. Yep, just flicking the back pad on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Little too close for Thisara Pereira, who's not looked fluent as yet with the bat on this tour. Struggled in the T20I series. Eventually left out in that last game.
I like what Nicholas Pooran has done here. He's moved, of course, from cover into a short forward square leg position. Pereira didn't get behind the line of any of those deliveries. So in his mind, is the short ball going to come? Can Alzari execute?
He does to end the over. 188 for 5. Mohammed will continue. Mohammed got the wicket of Bandara in his last over. There are a couple things about that dismissal I just want to allude to. Bandara is quite new to ODI cricket, playing in only his 2nd ODI. Usually when you're using your feet to spin, especially one that is turning the ball into you, you give yourself 2 options. Yeah, your first option is to probably search for the boundary, but if the ball is not there to be hit, you got to revert to stroking it on the ground, playing with the turn if there's any. He didn't do that on that occasion. Just went through with the shot. Mohammed just offering a little more room here for Chandimal, and he makes use of it. Just evades the fielder in that cover region.
Mohammed has bowled so well up to now. A real loose delivery from him. Just wonder if Joseph has one more in him in this spell, or whether Pollard may look to make a change. Sarah Pereira has looked so shaky. I'd certainly want another over of seam at him if he's still there next over.
Oh, that's boy.
193 for 5. Start of the last phase of this innings. Joel Wilson signaling the start of the last power play. Jason Holt, after a long time, will get his second spell. Bowled 4 overs early in the innings within power play 1. So he will be quite fresh. He will know as well what are the lengths required for this phase of the innings. But he's done well, Jason Holder. He's made the adjustment from being very successful in the first power play to now grooming himself into a dead bowler. He's quite proficient at bowling, attacking Yorkers, defensive Yorkers, slow short ball as well. Taking pace off the ball is something he's grown accustomed to doing. West Indian selectors announcing the test squad for the Red Ball series against this said opposition, Sri Lanka. The big news, Craig Brathwaite replacing Jason Holder as captain. Jermaine Blackwood carrying the role as vice-captain. Kruma Bonner, Kyle Mayers, Joshua De Silva, Rakeem Cornwall, Hima Road, Shannon Gabriel, Azari Joseph and Jomel Warrican. These were all players on that recent tour in Bangladesh. Taken initially and then put down.
Yeah, that's disappointing because it wasn't the most difficult chance. It went straight into the breadbasket of Akil Hussain. And it's exactly why Pollard chose to operate with seam from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. If it wasn't Joseph, it's Holder. That should have been taken.
Had a few blunders in the field before he put that one down. Akil Hussain. Ian Bishop, your thoughts on this squad?
Yeah, I'll go deeper into it. At another time, we will be hearing and getting some more insight during the lunch interval. Don't go anywhere. One name missing there that stands out, Shamar Brooks. But he expected a few changes from Bangladesh, but this is such a critical part of the game now. So I'll focus on this, but I'll give my insights, well, I wouldn't call them insights, opinions. later on.
3 runs so far in the over. Should have been a wicket to Jason Holder. He'll be looking to finish it off properly. Here it is. Slow short delivery. And Pereira has no response to that one. 196 for 5. Big responsibility here for Jason Mohammed. You'd expect that the Sri Lankans will want to impose themselves a little bit more on him as a bowler. He's bowled his previous 8 overs continuously, so there is a measure that they would have had. Exactly what I mentioned. Goes for 6. Dinesh Chandimal moves to another gear in his batting.
Brings up the 200 for Sri Lanka. So with just over 8 overs to go, if Chandimal can continue with Tisara Pereira, with Wanindu Hasaranga to come, if they can get to somewhere around that maybe 260 mark, it takes some doing. You give them something to work with on a pitch that was used for the first game.
Plotted this time from Mohammed. Tisara Pereira will now know that he will have to be a little more aggressive with his batting. He's had a few deliveries to get his eyes in. He will relish this time to bat. Doesn't have to think too much about consolidating, because Sri Lanka will be expecting maybe a further 60, 70 runs. Should be taken, yeah. Was a length delivery, an innocuous delivery, but he picked the fielder out, Dinesh Chandimal. Another wicket for Jason Mohammed.
Exceptional bowling from Mohammed. He really has lifted his game. It's one of the reasons Roger Harper, the chairman, said he got a place in the team ahead of someone like a Ruston Chase because of his off spin. But if ever there was a wicket at an inconvenient time for Sri Lanka, this is it. Big side of the ground, into the wind. And straight enough at the best fielder on the playing surface. He needed to go deeper. Dinesh Chandimal, he can't. 71, 204 for 6.
Saranga now for the Sri Lankans.
It's one of the problems of hitting into that wind and big side of the ground as well. To us, an exceptional fielder.
A wicket and 8 runs for Jason Mohammed. 204 for 6.
Mm, 204 for 6. Sri Lanka, 8 overs remaining. Can they get that 250, 260 mark? Sarah Pereira, Windies Hasaranga. A lot will be required of them to get their Jason Holder. The other of the two Jasons continue from the Ambrose end. Pulled away with ferocity towards that mid-wicket boundary. That will help the Sri Lankan cause.
This is the time we're going to see an increase in tempo. Shortish delivery that time by Jason Holder on a very slow track. I was ably put away quite convincingly. The Pereira for 4. Now there's a slight adjustment in the field. The mid-wicket field is coming a little bit straighter. Long on. Straightest mid-wicket. Deep backward square on the boundary.
To the offside this time. Authoritative from Sarah Pereira. Protection and deep. Jason Holder really hasn't been able to find the right length on this surface so far. That's that natural length that he usually bowls. A little bit too short here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Just needs to find a length that's a little bit fuller, maybe 2 feet fuller than he's operating on at the moment. Did come back quite nicely in that first match to the middle and the back end. The current rate, Sri Lanka can get to 247. You just feel that they need some more than that, especially having seen the way the West Indies chased 232 in that first game quite convincingly. Just might see the spinners coming into the game a little bit more on this used surface.
And Sri Lanka certainly has got a few spinners in their lineup. They rely heavily on their spinners. They didn't do that well in that first ODI. Hardly any turn and offer. But we'll see what happens today when they get a chance to bowl. Good slow delivery from Jason Holder. And that's one of the things they got to do. Take pace off the ball. Force a batsman to really hit it.
And Jason Holder got 2 for 39 off his 10 overs in the first ODI. Not being able to get any wickets so far. And bowling to these two, Hasaranga and Pereira. He'll be hoping just to find a wicket, find something. Just get deeper into this Sri Lankan batting lineup. Restrict them for as least as possible. So that makes it a little bit easier for your batsmen.
Certainly need to get as many runs as possible from these last 7 overs on 1 ball, if you want to be precise. But they need to get a good total, a challenging total for this strong West Indies batting lineup.
Another short delivery from Jason Holder, completes his 6th, 211 for 6. Harbour here at Antigua. Partnerships for the Sri Lankans, that 100-run partnership between Gunathilaka and Chandimal through the middle after the loss of 3 early wickets was very timely. Jason Mohammed into his final over has been really good, picking up those 3 wickets at a good economy as well. So doing the job for the West Indies and for Captain Kieron Pollard, especially having seen the way Romario Shepherd started. Kieron Pollard would have needed someone to step up. And not for the first time, Jason Mohammed has done the trick. 2 wickets in the first one-day international and 3 here.
So one will say he's in good form with the ball. And of course, just into his 10th and final over, which means that he's much more than a part-time bowler. Part-time bowlers don't usually bowl 10 overs. You would know about that, young Badri.
Yeah, bowling his full complement. Very uncomplicated in his approach and in his game plan. A very slow approach to the crease and through the air with the ball. Swatted towards long off. Pollard is there. Doesn't try to turn the ball all that much, Jason Mohammed, but consistent length, consistent pace. His fastest delivery, 91 kph. So just hovers around that 88 mark, which doesn't allow for the batsman to get much pace on. And he's bowling from the Sandy Roberts end, which means that the right-handers are hitting towards the bigger side into the wind. I just told that this will be the first time in one-day internationals that he'll be bowling his full quota of 10 overs. So he completes that allocation. Jason Mohammed, excellent returns from him. 3 for 47, 44 overs gone, 214 for 6. Frontline bowlers, they will take those returns. 3 for 47 of 10, 31 dot balls and that. Done a marvelous job for his team through those middle overs. When you factor in Sir Curtly Ambrose that the Sri Lankan spinners weren't able to get a wicket in that first match, he has taken 5 so far in this series. Wayward from Alzari Joseph. Good pace, Needs to line that up. Much looking for that Yorker on the stumps. Misdirected.
The good thing about Jason Mohammed, in terms of the wickets he has taken so far, those 5 wickets, they came at crucial times. It's not like the back end of the innings where guys are going full blaze. He took them at times when the team really needed them, and that made the difference.
Good from Alzari Joseph, looking to go full, looking to finish things off in terms of getting wickets here for the West Indies. Still 5 overs remaining after this one, so they want to try to restrict them for under that 250 mark. West Indies got 3 early wickets, good partnership through the middle, and then some wickets the last 10 overs or so. Kieron Pollard well positioned in the deep for that particular shot from Wanindu Hasaranga. Lots of planning has gone into this West Indies effort in terms of the lines and lengths that they wanted to bowl, their field placings. They've done a pretty good job in what is blistering conditions here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Just spare thought for that man Shai Hope, who would have kept for 50 overs and then has to open the batting. It's a tremendous effort and must never go unnoticed. Scored 110 in that first match after having kept 49 overs. Doing a similar job here today, and much will be expected from him in this run chase later on. Again, protection there for Alzari Joseph. So a good bit of bowling to his field.
Certainly got to give Shai Hope a lot of credit. Cannot be easy to be keeping wicket and then opening the batting. It does take a toll on your body. You got to be in top shape. And since he has been doing that, young Badri, he has really has done well. Hasn't fallen short at all of his responsibilities.
Chance for a run out, direct hit needed. Darren Bravo misses.
The only thing with Shai Hope and that is how long they expect him to do this, because it could take a toll on his body after a while. It's not like he's batting down the middle of the order. So I just reckon maybe in the future, the not too distant future, they may have to rethink. You don't want to get the best out of him. I mean, he's coping now, but it could really take a toll on him.
Smashed down the ground from Tessera Pereira. And given length and given the treatment.
Good shot. Short delivery. Gave him the room, and he slapped it over mid-off for 4. 1 bounce into the fence. Wasn't the best delivery that time by Alzari Joseph. What is going to be his response?
Well, one of his responses is to change the line of attack. It goes wrong the wicket now to the left-handed Tessera Pereira, just to cramp him for that room. Likes to stand leg side of the ball to access that offside to Tessera Pereira. Follows him into the midsection. And dot ball to end that over. 222 for 6. 2 half centuries for Sri Lanka. Gunathilaka and Dinesh Chandimal, 96 and 71 respectively. Start for Bandara yet again. But that lack of contribution from the others means that Sri Lanka are 222 for 6, 5 overs remaining. And Jason Holder from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Just coming back to Shai Hope, secretly, they have that option of Nicholas Pooran. He's in the squad, so that's an option that they can probably consider. Maybe Shai Hope does the first 25 and Nicholas Pooran, they share that responsibility up. But so far, as you mentioned, he's coping and he seems to be happy with it.
Oh, another close one. The running between the wickets haven't been that good. Some very near misses. And how close was that, Samuel Badri?
Direct hit would have been needed, that's for sure. Might have been home went into Hasaranga. Seen 2 runouts in that first match for the Sri Lankans. Haven't been too convincing in that regard throughout this match as well. Their communication and running between the wickets haven't had to pay the price just yet. Smashed down the ground from Pereira, looking for those boundaries now. Just sense that he wants to get strike from this end, secretly to hit with the wind towards the shorter end.
Certainly would be happier doing that. Because hitting into the wind on the bigger side of the ground towards the east is not an easy thing to do.
West Indies would be trying to restrict the Sri Lankas in these closing overs. Just an indication of the wind factor here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. And with that open eastern side, allowing the breeze to flow freely through this venue, just means that it's an additional factor that these players must take account of. A good delivery from Jason Holder. Can't get under that one. Good line as well. Don't want him to score through the one side. This era Pereira.
Certainly doing a good job up to this point, Jason Holder. Going for the Yorkers, which is always a safe bet, providing you can pull it off.
Yeah.
Excellent over from Jason Holder. Just 5 runs coming from it. 46 gone, 227 for 6. West Indies selectors earlier today announced the test squad for the 2 test matches to follow this one-day international series. The big news, Craig Brathwaite being named captain ahead of Jason Holder. We'll be hearing from Craig Brathwaite at lunchtime misfield there from Akil Hussain, looks like. And Kirtley Ambrose, I beg your pardon, Sir Kirtley Ambrose, what is your initial reaction to this test squad?
Not many surprises, to be quite fair. Most of the names we expected to be in the squad are there. I'm just a little bit surprised that Shamar Brooks isn't in the squad, not even in the reserves. And that to me is a bit of a surprise.
Direct hit. Well, it was a direct hit from Romario Shepherd, but good running from Tessera Pereira. Yeah, he does ask for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for run out at the striker's end. Can you give me your best side on, please? Bats down, crossing the popping crease. Thank you. Ready with my decision. My decision to the big screen is not out. I repeat, not out.
Relatively simple decision for the third umpire, not out. Good running. Good bowling as well from Alzari Joseph into his final over. Sarah Pereira very surprised that that isn't called a wide. And I'm sure Sir Kirtley Ambrose will be pleased with that. Very agitated about those leg side wides.
Good call by the umpire. Went over the back of Ferreira. And you're quite right, young Badri, that some of these leg side wides really irritates me. Because sometimes the batsman missed the delivery by an inch. How could that be wide? That's the rules. I'm not querying, but to me, it's not really fair. Umpire Joel Wilson hails from the Trinidad Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Goes for the big shot. Hasaranga gets enough on it. And a much needed boundary. Much needed 6 for Sri Lanka. Too short from Alzari Joseph.
Not sure that's the best way to go at this time from Alzari Joseph. Banged in short. And on a very slow track like this one, I was smacked away for 6. Really hit it well. And all of a sudden now, Captain Kieron Pollard and Darren Bravo coming up to have a word with Alzari Joseph.
Still trying to retrieve that ball from the West Indian fielders. It's the 6th 6 of the innings for Sri Lanka. In the first ODI, they didn't manage any. So it's much different complexion this time around for them. They've gone past that 232 they got in that first game as well. And with 3 overs remaining after this one, if they can get the 260, 265, I just feel that it will be much more of a challenge for the West Indians. The same pitch, it's a worn pitch. In addition to that, 100 overs played 2 days ago, 50 overs here today. So the spinners of Sri Lanka, Hasaranga at the crease, will be keen to see what he can extract from this surface along with Sandakan.
They'll be very mindful of the first ODI when they got to 232 and lost quite comfortably by 8 wickets. So that will be in the back of their minds. So they would want to get a much better total. after in order to challenge the West Indians.
Wideish third man on the boundary, short third man in the inner circle. Excellent delivery from Alzarri Joseph. End of a good spell as well from him. And the 47 overs, 238 for 6. Two for 42 from Alzarri Joseph. Picked up the first 2 wickets to fall. That of the captain, Karunaratne, as well as Nisanka. Both batsmen dismissed bowled. Chairman of selectors for the West Indies team, Roger Harper. Good last over from the Sri Lankans. In the air, Pollard settles, doesn't get there, despite his best efforts. Another 6 for Wanindu Hasaranga. This time out the bowling of Jason Holder.
Had he taken that, Captain Pollard would have been a blinder, a stunner. He really tried for all his worth. Just couldn't hold on. Just eluded him. And over the boundary ropes for 6. Welcome boundary for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, this partnership now blossoming quite nicely. 41 of 35. Per 16 of 21. Hasaranga 25 of 22. Just what they needed. Some impetus at the end of this innings. And if they can push all the way through and get to that 265 mark, then they will be very pleased with that effort, especially from the position where they were at 50 for 3 early on. Two is the call. He wants to get the strike to Sarah Pereira, cannot. But good bowling from Jason Holder, wide off the crease, asking Sarah Pereira to score through that offside. Favors the one side, will be hitting with the wind towards the shorter side. So good match awareness, situational awareness from Jason Holder. Look how wide he goes. Just inside that wide line. If you want to score, you need to score through the offside, is what he's saying.
Very well bowled. Cleverly disguised slow delivery. Hasaranga was winding up and then realized there's no pace on the delivery, had to pull out of the shot. And rightly so.
We saw him do that quite effectively in the T20 International Series, Jason Holder. Up in the air. Pollard chases after it, doesn't get there. Another boundary for Wanindu Hasaranga. I just want to confirm whether or not it went all the way, the umpires. But either way, this is good batting from Hasaranga. It brings up the 250 at least for Sri Lanka. And they'll have a boundary check.
Struck it well. Captain Pollard really running, but couldn't get close. Looked to have gone over the ropes for 6. Yes, certainly is. Just waiting for confirmation. There goes, that's the confirmation. 6 runs to Hasaranga and the Sri Lankans.
Two is the call. Sent back at the last moment to Sarah Pereira. Expensive over, 15 from it, 253 for 6. This has been a good phase of the innings for Sri Lanka so far. A flurry of boundaries. Exactly what they needed. And some good skyscrapers towards the back end. Last 2 overs in particular. 26 runs coming from those 2 overs. Fancy the chances of getting to that 270 mark now. Hasaranga hitting straight to good effect.
Look at Captain Pollard. Oh, looks like a good hurdler. Couple of good hurdlers in the team. Evin Lewis earlier, and now Pollard. Good awareness from Pollard not to crash into the signboard. And for a big man, he really is athletic.
Remember in the first ODI, Hayden Walsh Jr. went head first, almost crashing into the advertising hoardings. And unfortunately for him, didn't happen. Good shot from Hasaranga. Moved quite early, anticipated the length, and there was no accommodation from Romario Shepherd. Brings up the 50 partnership. Excellent from these two in only 40 deliveries.
That tells you the lack of confidence on the part of Romario. Look at that. Look how early he moved. Look how early. And Romario Shepherd had options. All the stumps exposed. Should have gone for the stumps. But when they're low on confidence, these things do happen.
Goes again and gets it again. This time it's a much better delivery. You have to feel for Romario Shepherd there. A good delivery and fortuitous boundary.
Can't fault him this time. It was right up in the block hole. And it was well played by Hasaranga. Look at that. Can't really fault him. Despair on the face of Captain Pollard.
And maybe he will just think about using that fine leg back on the boundary. It is a clear plan here from Wanindu Hasaranga to play that shot in that area. And whether or not Kieron Pollard makes that change is yet to be seen. There is a change in field. Goes to that square leg position, deep backward square, as opposed to fine leg. So let's see what Hasaranga does. Good delivery. Saw him moving quite early, and this time he went much wider, and the length was also very important.
Good comeback by Romario Shepherd. Hasaranga looking to play that little fine sweep again. Didn't quite work this time.
Goes for the big one and gets the elevation that he was looking for. Hasaranga, another 6 for him. 4 sixes in the innings so far from Wanindu Hasaranga. His highest one-day international score.
Romario Shepherd really been put to the sword here. Try for the Yorker. It was a low full toss. And Hasaranga really got onto it, got the elevation. And Shepherd under extreme pressure. Just can't seem to get it right. And when things aren't going your way, young Badri, it just seems you can do nothing right. Romario Shepherd really under the gun here.
Yeah, just one of those days. We've all had them in our playing careers. Just can't seem to get anything right. Romario Shepherd, 2.4 overs, none for 36. Last 28 balls, 53 runs. It goes again, Hasaranga. A really brilliant partnership. 63 from 43 from these two. But the West Indians can take heart circuitly from the way this pitch has played throughout. It's still a very good surface. Not much turn, we would have seen that. Not much pace either. So they'll still fancy their chances of chasing down whatever the Sri Lankans get. But there's been a scintillating display in the last few overs from these two.
64 runs partnership at the moment. You got to feel for Shepherd. He's a much better bowler than the figures are showing. 49 overs gone, 268 for 6.
A rough day in the field for Romario Shepherd. 3 overs, none for 37. First match, 5 overs, none for 30. Romario Shepherd, so not a good outing for him. Last over, Jason Holder trusted with that responsibility. Pulled away. Taken, Alzari Joseph. A brilliant fielding. Hitting against the wind. Good bowling. Good planning, good execution, good result.
That's exactly what we spoke about earlier, a few moments ago. Hitting into the wind is not an easy thing to do. Didn't get hold of it that well. Good catch by Alzari Joseph in the end. The ball was dying on him, and he took it very well. Hasaranga goes for 47. Good innings, 268 for 7.
New batsman, Lakshan Sandakan. Pereira on strike, however, smashes it down the ground for the single. And the reason why Sandakan is at the crease is because of this excellent bit of work from Alzari Joseph in the deep. Not in control of that one, but it was dying on him, like you mentioned, secretly. So good awareness. It was off the boundary, some 10-15 yards as well. Taking into account that strong wind factor, but a brilliant partnership. Hasaranga would be pleased with that. 47 from 31. Sandakan, his job now is to get the Sarah Pereira on strike. Just 4 deliveries left in this innings. He does just that. Single. Pereira back on strike.
It's not a bad ploy by Jason Holder. Bowling the slow deliveries into the pitch, forcing the batsman to hit into that strong breeze. And it will take some hitting to clear the boundary. Now we have the left-handed Pereira on strike, hitting with the breeze this time.
Might have been run out here. Yes, he is run out to Sarah Pereira. Coming back for 2, looking to keep the strike. And Fabian Allen with a good bit of work in the deep.
Good flow. Very low and straight. Look at that. Well done by Shai Hope as well to clean it up on the volley. And of course, the umpire didn't have to go upstairs. He was so far out, well short of his ground. Pereira goes for 19. Sri Lanka 271 for 8.
Right hand over 2 to you.
.271 for 8. The Sri Lankans' new batsman, Dushmantha Chameera.
Center.
The fast bowler. He'll be called upon a little bit later on, but for now, 2 deliveries left. Excellent from Jason Holder. Pulling straight, just a single. And this is the reason why Chameera is here. Actually, it's the ball that he would have gotten. First up.
Final delivery of the Sri Lanka innings. What is it going to be?
Well, it's up in the air. Akil Hussain drops it. Should have taken that catch. Akil Hussain. Another wicket for Jason Holder. That would have been, but it ends their innings. Sri Lanka, they close on 273 for 8 of their allotment of 50 overs. And they'll be pleased with that, especially having that start that they did have, losing those 3 early wickets for 50 runs. Brilliant partnership through the middle, 100 runs between Gunatilaka and Dinesh Chandimal brought them back. And then an excellent partnership between Hasaranga and Tessera Pereira, and a flurry of boundaries towards the back end of their innings gets them to 273. Jason Mohammed, he was excellent with his bowling, picking up those 3 wickets through the middle overs. And it's a chase on here for the West Indies as they aim to close the series out. Having won the first, will they be able to win this 2-0 with 1 game to go on Sunday? Off the mark immediately. Evin Lewis, first run on the board for the West Indies. What do you make about this target score, Curtly Ambrose?
It's going to be extremely important for both Lewis and Hope to lay the foundation like they did in the first ODI. They played sensibly, never looked to be in trouble, paced the innings well, and they need something similar. I know back then they were chasing only 232. Now they got to get to 273. That's extra 40 runs really, but the start is going to be extremely important. Can they lay this solid foundation? That's the question we have to ask.
This has been the hallmark of Shai Hope's innings. Being able to deflect the ball, find the gaps, run hard between the wickets. Really a rich vein of form from him against this opposition. Just look how softly he plays this one. Looking for 2 as well. Remember, this guy kept wicket for 50 overs. Now opening the batting, not much time in between the innings. So it's testament to his fitness as well as his skill level to do what he has done. The usually more aggressive Evin Lewis didn't see him getting the boundaries as we usually did in that first match. I'll be interested to see how he goes about in this one, having gotten that half century. Not 65, but Shai Hope, brilliant against Sri Lanka. 115, 51, 72, and 110 in 4 attempts. Absolutely phenomenal numbers against Sri Lanka. You want to cash in once again on what is a pretty good surface here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. There he goes, Evin Lewis. Elegantly placed and timed, and the first boundary for Lewis and the West Indies.
Rank half volley from Pradeep, and look at that. Superb timing. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Beautifully placed as well.
Yeah, really a check drive there from Evin Lewis. Not much of a follow through in that shot. But the timing was sublime. Much better length from Kieron Pradeep. Good pace being generated, 142. But generally, the bowling attack looked toothless in that opening one-day international. Spinners didn't produce any wickets. Unlike what we saw in the T20 internationals, Dushmantha Chameera was quite impressive, however. First over gone, 6 without loss. The batter to come for the West Indies, Jason Mohammed, slotted for that number 3 position, followed by Darren Bravo, Nicholas Pura, and Kieron Pollard. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a switch in Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed, depending on which of the opening batsmen is dismissed first. They want to keep that right-left combination, as what we've seen from Kieron Pollard. Good depth in that batting order as well. So they'll be feeling very confident in this run chase, although it will be the first time that they successfully chase this target score against Sri Lanka. And speaking about the impressive Dushmantha Chameera, picking up the only 2 wickets to fall in that innings of the West Indies into the attack from the Andy Roberts end. Back on target immediately.
Certainly has been impressive. Chameera. Both with good pace on what we can describe as slow surfaces.
Slipping position for Chameera. Good confident stroke from Shai Hope, and he will be confident from that first game when he got to that century. He was fluent all the way through. Very wristy player. Not a typical West Indian type player. More elegant and classical. Doesn't look to power the ball or bludgeon it. Relies more on timing. Very stylish. Pleasing on the eye. That 6 fours. We got to that magical landmark, 10th one international century. Just to give a perspective of how well he's done, Shai Hope, he's 4th on the list of fastest to 10 one-day international centuries by innings. Quinton de Kock batted in 55, Hashim Amla 57, Babar Azam 68, and Shai Hope in 74. So just 4th on that list. Very impressive from the West Indian opening batsman, who hails from Barbados. Good short delivery. Appeal for caught at the wicket. Quite confident appeal. Unmoved Nigel Dugan. And would they ask for the review? Just thinking about it, Karunaratne seems to have decided against it. But a good delivery, good short delivery.
That has been a problem plaguing West Indian batsmen in recent time. Good delivery, got himself into an awkward position. Shai Hope. And that is something that needs special attention. Came off the helmet. Came off the helmet, and the way cricket is played now, Samuel Badri, is that once you hit on the helmet, you got to either get it changed or the medical staff have to come out to make sure you're okay. But he got himself into a tangle, doesn't play the short ball well, and he's not alone. Most of the players in his team are very similar.
Yeah, we did see him get hit on his helmet in the first one international as well. And you're right. Secretly these days with the concussion protocol in place, just want to make sure that the player is good to go, good to continue. Shai Hope seems to be in good order. One area that he has to do some work in will be against that short ball. Well directed from Chimera, good pace as well. I'm sure it's not the first we're going to see from the Sri Lankan bowlers. To the offside, in the gap, gets the boundary. Shai Hope just opened the blade to find that gap, and good enough timing to get his first boundary.
It was all about the timing. Look at that, just open the face. Right through the gap. And that is Shai Hope at his best. Such a wonderful player.
Very easy and pleasing on the eyes. Shai Hope brings about a change in field. For the Sri Lankan slip comes out. Just be trying to restrict the flow of runs in the first phase of this innings and hoping that his spinners will come into the middle overs. But they need this wicket. 2 overs gone, 10 without loss. Continues to be in good conditions here at the Sir Vivian Stadium. Slip in position for Evin Lewis for Nuwan Pradeep. Still trying to get that breakthrough, that early breakthrough. Much fuller from Pradeep. A good delivery from Nuwan Pradeep.
Let's have a look at the short delivery again, Samuel Badji to Shai Hope. Got into a real tangle. Bad position first, and then he tried to maybe do a little swat. Now you have to decide if you're going to duck or you're going to sway out of the way. And that has been one of his weakness or his weak points in his batting. You got to get in better position. Now look at that with Evin Lewis. Short, duck. You can't afford to look into swat and duck at the same time. You got to be one or the other. And I think this stems from these low, slow pitches we have in the region. We hardly bounce higher than your waist. So our batsmen aren't. Look at the difference. Pick the line up and just duck. Very easy. Until we produce bouncier tracks in the region where our batsmen can get accustomed to playing short deliveries, we could forever struggle when guys bowl short to us. So the pitches had to be better.
Duly noted, Mr. Kirtley, and spot on as usual. And Sri Lanka would be desperate for the wicket of Shai Hope. They know how important he is and the role that he plays, that anchor role. Tries to bat very deep in this innings, allows the other batsmen to bat around him and to play their natural games. Huge shot for LBW. Not much from the bowler, however. But such an important wicket. Shai Hope, if they can get him out early, then they know that they're into this West Indies batting lineup. And then they're asking someone else to play that role. Someone who's not necessarily as adept to it like Shai Hope is. He's demonstrated that on so many occasions. So Physio coming onto the field might have just missed that pad and thigh pad and hit him in that unprotected area. Shai Hope. It's a light-hearted conversation between Dimuth Karunaratne, the captain of Sri Lanka, and Joel Wilson. Just confirmation from Hawkeye. What would have happened there? It's a little bit too high. Might just be using that magic spray on that area where the ball would have missed that thigh pad as well as the front pad. There's a minuscule gap there, not much of a gap. Very unlucky to be hitting in that region, Shai Hope. How will it affect him? Usually very busy at the crease, running between the wickets. And let's see how he goes.
Certainly a painful blow. And quite rightly so. Get a little treatment, as you call it, the magic spray. I wonder if that really worked, or it's just a mind thing. I believe it's all in the mind, you know.
Over the top from Shai Hope, uncharacteristic, but gets the result he was looking for. No need to run for that one. Brings the over to an end. 3 gone, 15 without loss. Last ball of the previous over. just through the line of that one. High elbows, inside portion of the bat, but gets enough connection on it to beat that fielder mid-on. One bounce into the advertising board. So played that on length, hit on the up from Shai Hope. Very confident. Chamira from around the wicket now to Evin Lewis. Chance for a run out. Perhaps the wrong end from Sander Khan. But you remember that delivery from Chamira to Evin Lewis from that last game. Whitley Ambrose, a thunderbolt from around the wicket. This time just off the pads. Shai Hope wanted the single. Screamed for the single. Evin Lewis responded eventually. Look at Shai Hope. Wanted it. Almost a bit of confusion in the end. All's well that ends well for the West Indies.
I do like this guy, Chamira. Very aggressive, has got good pace. Over third man, 4 runs, 1 bounce into the fence. Short delivery, just outside off stump. Shai Hope went for the cut shot. Peel off the outside edge. 1 bounce into the fence for 4.
Not fully in control of that one, Shai Hope, but he went hard at it. And with the pace of Chamira, just peeled away and raced down to that third man boundary. There is a gully in position for that short delivery, for that extra bounce. Third man now comes much finer. Full face of the bat, confidence from Shai Hope, but he's hitting the deck quite hard. Dushmantha Chamira at good pace. Just look at that. Full face of the bat. Manufacturer's logo being displayed. Quite like what I've seen from Chamira so far in this series. First in the T20 internationals and now in the one-day internationals. Been plagued by injuries in his career so far, but it's nice to see that he's fit and healthy. Pulled away just over the head of the fielder at short mid-wicket and goes towards that boundary. Nissanka retrieves it. But Shai Hope is looking like the aggressor so far in this innings.
Probably trying to say to Chamira, you know, that I'm not going to stick around and have you bowling short balls at me. I'm going to take you on. Nothing is wrong with that, as long as he's in control. But I do like Chamira, young Badri, aggressive, has got good pace. It's going to be interesting to see him in the test match, because if he get a pitch with a little bit of help, he could really rush the West Indians. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Goes for that thunderbolt. Gets an inside edge and races away to the boundary. A fortuitous boundary for Evin Lewis, but he'll take it. The West Indies will take it.
Went for that Yorker again. Just came over the toe end of the bat. And of course, Chamira would be thinking about how he dismissed Evin Lewis in that first ODI with a brilliant Yorker. Went for it, but it was a little bit offline this time.
Solid in defense. Evin Lewis, 4 gone, 27 without loss. last over 12 runs for Dushmantha Chameera, but he's generating good pace. Did so all the way through the series. Pradeep continues. Huge shot for LBW again from the wicketkeeper, not so much from the bowler, which is usually a good indication of what is happening. And just be sliding down the leg side. They do have referrals, the Sri Lankans, not inclined to use them just yet. Change and field for Pradeep. Deep mid wicket goes into position along with the deep backward square as the two fielders outside the inner circle. Still in search for this first wicket. Dimuth Karunaratne and the Sri Lankans. It's confirmation of that LBW appeal. Thought it was very close. It would have been umpire's call, but it didn't opt for the review.
Apart from my concerns with that leg side wides, young Badri. Oh, sloppy work, sloppy work. Not good work at all. My other concern, as you're smiling, you probably know where I'm going with this, is that umpire's call. I have some doubts about that. Because let's look at it quickly. There's one situation where you can be out with umpire's call, and the same thing can happen and cannot be out because the umpire's call. To me, that just can't be right.
It's not a foolproof system secretly, so they factor in the minuscule inaccuracies with the technology. But I agree with you. You can't be out and not out with the same delivery, the ball hitting the stumps. And so I think at the moment, ICC and the cricket committee, they are reviewing that. So if, for instance, Joel Wilson had given that out and Evin Lewis had reviewed it, then it would have remained out. If Karunaratne had reviewed it, Joel Wilson gave it not out, it would have remained not out. So for you viewing out there, that's the bone of contention that Circuitly is on about. Just a little bit in the air from Evin Lewis. Holds safely. Good over so far from Pradeep, just the single.
Evin Lewis got to be careful. This is only over number 5. You got a lot of time to go. Just get yourself in. No need to rush. No need to try anything expansive at this time.
Good over. Just a single. 5 gone, 28 without loss.
At this stage, Sri Lanka were 25 for 1. West Indies slightly ahead, 28 without loss.
Call is for 2, it should be 2 easily. It was interesting watching Evin Lewis turn for the second. And they'll need every run, because if the West Indies get this, it will be the highest successful run chase on this ground in ODIs. So it'll take some work. Good single. Watching Evin Lewis down there, because he's got a rag in his left hand, he had to almost turn blind. Usually he would transfer the bat from the right to the left, keep his eye on the ball, turn and come back. It wasn't a big issue because the ball well far into the deep. Or was it his glove? So it's one of the things you, Shakira Selman, you want to be mindful of in case there's a tight turnaround, that you're able to transfer the bat and keep your eye on the ball to make better judgments. Wanindu Hasaranga, with his brisk innings, pushed Sri Lanka up to a competitive total. Time will tell Shakira Selman how good a push it was.
He got to 47 from just 31 deliveries. And what that innings would do for him, if nothing else, is give him confidence for when he has to bowl.
And that's where Lewis and Shai Hope have to remember the way they played in the first innings. It was low-risk cricket, particularly from Lewis. They just look a little bit rushed in the last 10 minutes or so. While the total today is bigger, more significant, they still must remember that wickets, preservation, is going to be important for someone like Hasaranga coming up, or Chamira with the old ball. Remember how Chamira bowled down Lewis the other day with that searing Yorker. We've seen 2 deliveries in this spell like that from him.
And it will be important that Shai Hope guides this partnership. He did that very well. I thought he instilled confidence into the other batsmen. So he has to take control of this innings, of this chase.
Spot on. Good aggressive fielding. 6 gone, 33 without loss.
No. Wait. No.
We talked about Lewis being dismissed by Dushmanta Chamira in the first game. Rocket delivery. The peculiarity of his action as well. Come back to it. Two things that those who don't know Chamira will observe. It's a low, slingy arm. The arm is not close to the ear, as in the case of, say, a Jason Holder or Alzari Joseph. And when we saw the real close-up slow-mo of the ball going down, the ball seam was canted. Look at the seam of the ball. It's not standing up. Sort of a Lasset Malinga-like seam position as it goes down. And so you can probably think, I don't know, Shakira, you're very proficient at the art of seam bowling. If it would aid some reverse swing whenever that is apparent, just because it's a slightly laid off arm, so it's not that as it goes down, we'll get a ball next time, Shakira and I. It's just laid off.
Perhaps a bit of reverse, but also what that does is it gives the option for the ball to swing in any direction. Just hit and seam away in any direction. That's scramble.
To be fair, that was just raw pace and angle. It's a wonderful talent, not young anymore, 29. Came on the scene about 5 or 6 years ago, plagued by stress fractures of the back, ankle injuries. But a serious talent. Still wish Lahiru Kumara was here. 35 without loss. The mighty blow. Because Lewis sits on his left leg in terms of equation of balance quite a lot. Often the pull shot is right in his arc.
Not the length you want to be bowling at Evin Lewis. He's so good at adjusting to that length, just rocking back and helping it behind square leg.
There are times when he's gotten in trouble. I've seen him being dismissed with the pull or the hook before, but what are the percentages? He fancies it as a high scoring opportunity. Deep square and fine leg in place. Watch for the Yorker again.
Quite often when he has gotten out to that pull, it's when they've gotten it above his head. He tends to just help it as opposed to hitting it. That's where those two guys come into play. That one not high enough.
There we go, that Fuller one. It was outside the off stump, but you could see what Dushmanta Chamira was aiming for.
Quite clear in his planning. Wonderful execution. This guy Chamira. Funny you should compare him to Malinga when you spoke about his action earlier. Now Sri Lanka would be looking for a wicket taker to replace Malinga, and they will be happy with what they've seen from him so far. He's been able to take wickets in every game except in that first T20. Perhaps he could be the person they're looking for in this shorter format to take those wickets for them.
Yeah, I would assume if he can stay fit, he would have, and I'm only speculating, another good 3-4 years, perhaps, if he keeps himself in good shape. The way fast bowlers eat well and train well these days, up to, let's say, age 33, 32, 33 maybe. Many decades ago, by 31, you were gone. It's a message to you that you have a few years ahead of you, Shakira.
I'm hopeful, but we all know how I've been plagued by injury myself. What will also be crucial is how well they manage him and manage his workload. He's bowled his full complement in all of the games so far. So it's very crucial how the Sri Lanka management staff manages him.
Tell you what, if Kumara is fit, he's fit, Lakmal is fit. What it does is it says to teams, we cannot just set a green pitch or a fast bowling pitch in order to overrule Sri Lanka, who have really good slow bowling options. They've got some good seam options as well. That is a drive and a half. 45 without loss.
Just missed that, getting a bit too full. That one bludgeon past the diving mid-on fielder. He had no chance of saving that one.
Sri Lanka's most successful ODI wicket taker, Tisara Pereira. Successful in this team. Had an ordinary T20 outing with the ball.
He'll be calling on all of his experience here. He bowled 2 overs for 42 runs in that T20. Karunaratne would be happy to have the option of another pace bowler though. Last time he just had the 2 in Pradeep and Chamira.
It's a really good stop. And it would take the fast bowler to do it. We are the most agile in the field, Dushmanta Chamira.
Oh, indeed we are. I'm always so happy to see this. See fast bowlers diving around. Well done, Chamira. Just showing exactly what he expects when he is bowling.
Go! Hey, see what you want.
The other thing I like about the fast bowling, Shakira Selman and folks looking on, it's not only Lakmal. There was a Kasun Rajita was here. He's not in this squad traveling for the red ball or white ball, but he was here last time and swung the ball beautifully in 2018. Asita Fernando, who partnered Lahiru Kumara in the 2016 Under-19 World Cup, is another lovely talent. He's not as quick, perhaps, as Chamira and Lahiru Kumara, but he swings the ball with a nice, strong action, and is someone that I'm hoping Sri Lanka will take their time in developing him as well. So there are some nice resources for Sri Lanka in the seam bowling department.
It's really exciting if you're from the subcontinent. We've seen many of those teams from the subcontinent focus more heavily on that fast bowling.
Wonder if that hit the stumps, what the situation would be.
They've started to focus more heavily on that fast bowling department and developing fast bowlers.
That has to be one of the more disdainful shots that you will see at any point today. 54 without loss, 50 up for West Indies. We are truly spoiled. That's where we're staying, where our bubble is. Gunatilaka.
Oh, yes, Danny. Better. Underneath. Oi! Depan dia! Out!
Monstrous hit by Evin Lewis. Let's look at his eyes there, not even following the ball. What a hit to end that over.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. One mistake here, lads. Come on. One mistake here, boys. Come on,
The
lads.
foundation is good, so no need to rush. Started well. Missed out there. Wanindu Hasaranga cannot be far from the equation here with the ball. Surely they must be thinking about getting him in on this pitch, which has been played for the second consecutive game.
If he's been identified as your wicket taker, you have to get him into the equation quickly. They've already built a very firm foundation here. Have to be looking to break this partnership.
Oh, well done.
57 without loss.
End of first power play.
Pandu.
Don't know why Joel Wilson finds so much joy in signaling the power play. All of that action coming in the first power play. Terrific start again for Lewis and Shai Hope.
With that first power play over, Sri Lanka have decided to use all four fielders outside of this circle.
There's been a fair amount of bounce early on this surface. It's rolled hard with a huge motorized roller. The one to the right of your screen where Hope is standing, That is going to be the test match pitch.
Go. Andy.
They're not able to quite get to that one.
A bit of bounce that almost carried the third man off the medium pace of Tissara Pereira. So that test match pitch, if they leave any grass, should have even more pace. They'll, I assume, try to leave as much grass as possible on the surface. It just seems though that Lewis, on the pitch on which we're playing now, doesn't seem to have a lot of patience, to put it one way, with Tissara Pereira's bowling. Test match is coming up after the third ODI. But I think Lewis must continue to remember how he played 2 days ago. Don't leave the job for anyone else. Calculate. 60 without loss.
Keep on it, don't relax, keep going. Stay focused, keep going.
මචෝ තව එකක් දාන්න පුළුවන්. තිම්මා මෙතෙන්ට නම් මූ ගහන්නේ නැහැ මචං. නෑ එතෙන්ට ගැව්වෙම නෑ එදා මේ පළවෙනි එකේ එක පාරක් ගැව්වේ නෑ එතෙන්ට. ඒකට හුලං ඉඳ ලේසිත් නෑ ගහන්න. මචං මේකෙන්. ඉතින්
And going to Tilaka do for Sri Lanka what Jason Mohammed did for the West Indies.
මචං මචං. අන්දනා. Oh! Macam keling. Isaga. Oh, tenang. Oh, iya mai Dana, iya mai. Boy.
All the way for 6, riding on the wind.
Rank long hop by going to Tilaka. Too easy for Evin Lewis.
Anna hari Gana, niyamai Dana. That's good bowling, boy.
70 without loss.
If you're a West Indies fan, you would be happy with this response after Sri Lanka batted first and got to 273 for 8. Big half century by Gunatilaka. 3 wickets to Jason Mohammed, who tells Zari Joseph. Lewis and Hope yet again doing the business for the West Indies with the bat. Excellent. Really good from Evin Lewis, who's transformed himself. The manner in which he's approached his batting yet again today. Took a little while in that first ODI to get himself in. Wasn't too keen to score boundaries, spent time out in the middle. And at the moment, striking the right balance in his game. Rotation of strike, boundary hitting. Samuel Badri, what would Sri Lanka need here to get a wicket and get into this West Indies batting lineup?
They need some magic, that's for sure. Shai Hope has been brilliant against this opposition. Evin Lewis, half century in the first match, 65. And another here. Just wondering how long Dimuth Karunaratne will wait before he brings on his trump card. Wanindu Hasaranga, along with Sandakan. They need wickets, and if anyone will get wickets here, it will be this man on screen, Hasaranga. If the Sri Lankans are to get back into this contest. It's been a brilliant start by the West Indies. Another excellent opening partnership following that brilliant 143 in the first match. And the West Indies will be hoping that these two can carry along. Have looked predominantly untroubled out there in the middle. Are well set now. And if they can have that hunger and that desire to go all the way and not leave anything for anyone else, similar to what they did in that first match, well then the West Indies will feel very comfortable in this run chase.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit perceptive here. What we've seen in that first innings, yeah, fair and average amount of bounce, but I just feel as we get deeper into this innings, the bounce will reduce. Evidence of the bounce we've seen in the second innings, a little bit lower than the first. So that will push both batsmen and the batting to come to play in a different manner. This is what happened in the first inning. Jason Mohammed, one of his deliveries, keeping low, getting the wicket of Gunatilaka. So usually the first half of a game could give you a guide as to how to play as a batsman, especially if you're chasing. Might need to play a little bit straighter rather than squarer as they go deep into this innings. This boundary will help in the over, making it a good one for the West Indies. 8 runs from it, 78 without loss.
Buddy. Mastercard both take out their money. That's about the main event. Hey!
Gunathalika continues from the Sandy Roberts end. No sign yet of Hasaranga or Sandakan,
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
the more accomplished and established of the spinners for Sri Lanka.
Oh! Danny! Danny boy, love it, Danny boy!
Both players going along nicely in this partnership.
Oh! One!
Much better strike rate this time around from Evin Lewis, more than a runner ball, and quite different from what we saw in the opener.
Boy.
Greater target as well to get to 274.
Alaganda, Niyamai.
That's his release. Shai Hope just working the ball through the onside, hitting the ball along the ground. Has a very good average against spin in his ODI career. He averages 90 with the bat against spinners. And he will fancy himself batting deep yet again in this innings, and more so he'll be expecting the spin from Sandakan, Hasaranga, and he'll be so pivotal for the West Indies if they are to chase these, purely on his skill and ability to play the slow bowlers. Shai Hope.
Niyamai Banda.
This time he doesn't get a single. 82 without loss. These two developing their reputation as an opening pair. Lewis and Shai Hope. The West Indies got 3 wickets in that first power play. Very unlike Sri Lanka. Still searching for a wicket and a breakthrough. Into Hasaranga, the new bowler, as expected. Ratner using his resources, and he will need early wickets to put some pressure on this West Indies batting lineup.
Come on, boy!
Already produced brilliance in the T20 International Series, yet to get a wicket in the one-day internationals. Hasaranga, slip in play for Evin Lewis.
Oh, nice bowling, Manny.
Immediately, some turn on offer for Hasaranga. A leg spin coming back in to Evin Lewis, so he'll be heartened by that.
Ball, Manny.
Well, he'll have to be at his best, Hasaranga, against this opening pair, because the average 59 as an opening pair in ODI cricket. It's a 9 innings, so.
Oh, done. Niyamai, Osha. What's your boy?
And this is what he did so well in that first game. Hasaranga just conceded 27 runs in his 10 overs.
Give my money. Oh! Give my money. Keep it.
We saw in the T20Is, he used his googlies to good effect. That was his wicket-taking delivery. Hasaranga hasn't bowled one just yet, so he'll want to use it as a surprise delivery. Contented just to spin the ball into the left-handed Lewis. I'm sure to the right-handed Shai Hope, you might just see this googly coming into play now.
40 dot balls out of his 60 in that first ODI. A wicket less, however, which is crucial for the West Indies. Keep him out of the game is what they'll be trying to do.
Oi! Niya magana. Niya magana. Hey, Dana! Dana!
Sneak 2 runs, these two.
Boys!
Shai Hope spoke about this mid-wicket region and this mid-on region being a productive one for Shai Hope. Maybe Karunaratne has to invest in another fielder in that region. Push Shai Hope to do something a little bit different. Scores a lot of his runs off the spinners in that region by just merely working the ball.
Oi!
And again. '86 without loss. And we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Oh, nice, nice.
Easy
boy.
single for Shai Hope. I was talking about the manner in which he goes about scoring runs to the spinners in the last game. A really good reflection of his strong areas. 37% through that mid-on region, and if you go square of 15%, so quite a lot of his runs, 52% in that region. That I think Karunaratne will need to put a little more focus, a little more protection to encourage him to play a little bit differently.
I also feel that Stanley Khan was a little bit too wide in that first game to the left-handed Evin Lewis. Even with the googlies, it was quite wide and just allowed Evin Lewis the freedom to pick it off the pitch. Just about there. I just feel that he needs to be closer, wicket to wicket, get all the modes of dismissals into play. I know that he's cognizant of the wind factor here and the power of Evin Lewis, but you need wickets. And to get wickets, you have to be a little bit more attacking with your lines.
That's it. His 10th ODI half century. Evin Lewis showing consistency with the bat, backing up his half century of 65 in the first ODI. Here he is again doing the business for the West Indies.
I like how measured these two innings have been for Evin Lewis. We've grown accustomed to him as a swashbuckling opener, but he showed good temperament throughout.
Just 2 runs from the over. Good start to Sandakan. 88 without loss.
Come on, Lama. 1 minute मार दे मैंने ना. Banda.
Not a lot between two teams at this stage. Nice stroke from Evin Lewis. Wow, this guy is growing in stature. Wonderful boundary to him.
Third six of the innings for Evin Lewis. Stand and deliver. One of his strong areas over long off, from the crease, such as the power of the man. And goes all the way. Nice flat six for Evin Lewis. Having gone past that milestone, you just might see an acceleration of sorts. Also like to see his approach and how he controls his aggression. Done an excellent job so far against Sri Lanka. 296 runs in just the 4 innings. It's been an excellent opposition for him. Just given that width and that length, and one of his favored areas. Evin Lewis.
Oh. Nice ball, Manny.
There again with the field going back into that long off position. He's quite contented to stroke the ball along the ground. Good sensible batting from Evin Lewis.
Come on, hey. Boy.
Two very different spinners in play for Sri Lanka. Hasaranga and Sandakan.
Oh, ball, Bunny.
Now let's have a look at their techniques and that action of theirs. Sandakan on the left, almost a straight line between that front leg and back leg as compared to Hasaranga, who's right off screen, more of an angle, which allows for greater hip rotation because of that angle, and upper torso rotation as well, which in turn allows for more energy to be imparted on the ball. And when there's more energy on the ball, it allows for more revolutions, which in turn allows for greater drift and dip and turn and bounce. So all of the elements of a spinner coming into play. Hence the reason Hasaranga has been able to generate much more success. So something to think about for young Sandakan, that angle at that point of delivery to get that hip rotation, and similar to fast bowling, the mechanics involved. Talk a little bit more of that in the next over. A good over for the West Indies. 9 runs coming from it, 17 gone, 97 without loss.
There's an opportunity for Karunaratne to attack Evin Lewis with a very straight line, maybe lure him into playing that false sweep shot that we've seen him get out to in this series. When I say series, I mean also the T20 internationals.
We talk about fast bowling a lot, but also with spin bowling, you can see the difference in the degree of turn, you know, from Hasaranga and Sandakan, as well as Gunatilaka, who doesn't turn as much as the other two. But there's a systematic and progressive transfer of angular momentum and kinetic energy generated in the run-up, and that is transferred from the heavier and larger body segments. Dropped him. Hasaranga might have gone back quicker than he expected, but he should have taken that one.
Difficult chance, but at this level you expect that it will be taken. Was aiming straight. Played a couple times to the onside, couldn't get that easy single. He's accustomed to Shai Hope. So Sri Lanka pushing him a little bit more as a batsman.
And that return catch did go towards his stronger side, his left hand. And he might have expected to do much better, just might require some treatment. We saw in the T20 internationals, Fabian Allen taking a blinder to his non-dominant side, his right hand. And so it speaks to the difference in ability. Just want those to stick, don't you? Sander Khan didn't get himself in a good enough position. He was a little bit apprehensive as well, going for that one. Just to continue to talk about the biomechanics of bowling and the systematic and progressive transfer of that kinetic energy and angular momentum generated through that run-up. This is in real time. It's never easy, those return catches. But that energy that is generated from the larger and heavier body parts, the legs, the glutes, the upper torso, the shoulder, is then transferred to the smaller and distal body segments, the hands and the wrists and the fingers. So the more energy you can generate through your action, through your run-up, through your hip rotation, the more energy you'll impart on the ball. And hence, the resulting greater turn. Umpire Nigel Duguid taking evasive action.
And as you know, Samuel Badri, some spinners don't extract as much turn and are still also successful. Bounce just a little bit on the lower side. These two spinners, not the tallest of bowlers. From a West Indies point of view, we'll want these two to carry on, maybe get 3 figures. Third century run partnership for this opening pair. They've been extremely consistent at the top of the innings for the West Indies in ODI cricket. Third overall with the second as an opening pair.
And a wonderful chemistry between these two, Lewis and Hope. Good communication, good respect for each other.
Exactly 100 without loss. Shai Hope a little bit on the slower side with his strike rate. Although he averages in the 90s against spinners, his strike rate just around that 62 marker. Doesn't score as fluent against the spinners as compared to the seamers.
Oh, niyamay Wani.
Another excellent platform lead by these two. Exactly what they needed in this run chase to achieve that target score.
Oh!
It would be the highest successful run chase against Sri Lanka if they managed to get to that 274. The West Indies, and the first time since 2014 they've won back-to-back one-day internationals against a top 10 ranked nation at home. So much to play for and close this series out for the West Indies, for Kieron Pollard and his men. They'll be motivated by that.
Is he thinking about the sweep, Evin Lewis? The pressure building here, so might just trigger that thought in Evin Lewis. There are two fielders behind square within the 30-yard circle, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Happy to stroke it straight down the ground, so not falling for the trap, Evin Lewis.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, hey. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Easy single. 102 without loss.
Going very well, going very well. Got it, boys.
Apa
102 without loss after 19 overs. Good going by the West Indies. Lewis and Shai Hope, the centurion from ODI #1. Really good partnership. Second 100-run partnership in as many games. As I await my fellow commentator Ian Bishop to get into his seat. You know he's always late. Well, not always, but most times. Good to see you back in the chair, Bish, after leaving me all alone hanging.
Harsh but true. I apologize.
Come on, Lamai. Come on, Lamai. One mistake here, boys. Oi!
Very wide googly. Out of the foot mark, spun and bounced. So there is a little purchase outside Lewis's off stump.
Ayyo! Iya, Mai. Saya amalin ya. Alaga. Dale, banda, Malli. Boy, come on, Sandakan. Catch! Good, good.
105 without loss.
Wani. Metin ini kan tadi mesti metin deh. Lesi naik metin dah hatarak gan. Habis jauh lesi naik metin ini gahan. Oh.
It's been pleasing watching these two batsmen stroke the ball down to long on and long off in between boundaries. It's been very controlled so far. How hungry are they to take it deeper?
Certainly is refreshing to see the way Evin Lewis is playing. Mature innings. Playing the situations and not just looking to be a power hitter as we are so accustomed to seeing him doing. And this is a different side of him we are seeing. And that to me is impressive. You know, oftentimes you get into a little bit of a rut where you're not scoring as quickly and you tend to try to slug a way out of that situation. Haven't seen that at all from Evin Lewis today and previously in the ODI, the first ODI. And that to me is very impressive. I'm sure that is something that has been discussed in meetings. Plan your innings, build your innings. Because most teams, when they discuss West Indians, I'm sure that they'll be thinking they're power hitters, and if you can keep them quiet, you can contain them, they will do something out of the ordinary. That isn't the case at this point.
108 without loss.
Wonderful partnership. Nothing at all in the wickets column for Sri Lanka at the moment. And they are desperately in need of a wicket. They need to break this partnership to get themselves back in the game. Only 8 fours and 3 sixes so far in the innings, Bish, which is testament of what the plan is. And once they can do this more consistently, it will give other opposition, other teams, headache, basically, because everyone have the West Indians as power hitters. And if they can show this side where they exercise patience, manipulate the bowling, ones and twos, and when the boundary balls come, you put them away. It simply means you'll put opposition teams under much more pressure. And I'm very impressed with the way they are playing at the moment.
Come on, boy. Hey, jala boleh, jala.
ball sixes for Evin Lewis today, and talk about the power hitting every so often. When it's needed, he branches into it.
Slightly short delivery by Sandakan, and ably put away with a bit of disdain as well by Evin Lewis. That sort of strengthens my point, Bish. When the boundary balls come, you take advantage.
අන්න හරි. අන්න තැන සඳකන්.
I think it comes down to hunger now, because
එතන දාගෙන ඉන්න මල්ලේ.
they're not under scoring pressure, so they can afford to see out Hasaranga. Hasaranga has the biggest threat. Do they have to go back to Dushmanta Chimera on one of the seamers?
අන්න ගාන. නියමයි මචං.
Come back to bat. 117 without loss.
In terms of the comparison at this point in the game, nothing really in it in terms of the runs scored. But the big difference is at this point, or at this stage, Sri Lanka had lost 3 wickets. West Indies none.
නියමයි මචං. වනේ. ලව්ලි වනේ.
West Indies' new kit will be hot property if they can go on to get the victory that they require. You can purchase it at this website. Various sizes. And I'm sure the funding will go towards development of the game in the region. And just a reminder once again, if you're in the Caribbean region, you can get free shipping if you purchase significant quantities. That may just be more than 2 or 3. Who wouldn't want an Evin Lewis shirt or Shai Hope? Nice gap finding. We're seeing everything from Evin Lewis and Shai Hope, but if you focus on this guy, his power, his consolidation, and his placement.
Good use of the feet as well. Advanced down the track, got to the pitch, and executed well.
Oh.
Very good. Very, very good. Something that we've discussed a lot in white ball cricket with the West Indies. Turn the strike over when it's not a boundary ball.
Oh.
Very good running.
There we go again.
And that is what we want to see on a consistent basis. The ones, the twos.
Come on, boy. Come on, Wane.
Put the fielders under pressure. Back-to-back century partnership for Evin Lewis and Shai Hope. When was the last time we've seen that as an opening pair? 23 overs gone, 124 without loss.
Evin Lewis did leave the field for some time today when the West Indies bowled. I'm not sure if that is a repercussion of why he did take some time out of the field earlier. He has had issues with his hamstring in past years.
Getting some stretch from the physio. Could be a bit of fatigue as well. Play some pleasant shot. Flew the offside, flew the onside. Really played well. Power hitting as well. And that's a big one. That was huge. Some deft touches as well. Showing his all-round game. And certainly hasn't lost his power hitting ability. He's on 75 at the moment, eyeing another century.
Joe, still down. Oh, ratu පාඩයක ගාව ඉන්න ඕනේ.
49 for Shai Hope. A fifth successive score of 50 or more in one-day internationals for Shai Hope, dating back to the 3 ODIs against Sri Lanka in 2020. It's as though he never left. Only Chris Gayle and Gordon Greenidge for the West Indies have scored more consecutive 50-plus totals in ODIs. 6 apiece.
Certainly in good company, Shai Hope. Talking about Gordon Greenidge, a West Indian legend, top of the order. And Chris Gayle, of course. Another legend, very destructive, top of the order as well. Good company for Shai Hope.
Come on, boy.
It's going back to that era, you know. I think, Abby, we must give this generation their props to do things their own way and not saddle them or burden them with the exploits of the greats of the past. But I think generations sometimes forget how good Gordon Greenidge, Sir Cuthbert Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes were as an opening combination. Sir Vivian, Sir Richie Richardson, who's the match referee here. So many great players overshadowed. There's Sir Richie, the great Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh.
Oh, good job, boy.
Just harp on it. You guys have served West Indies cricket so well. 1-2-5 without loss. Clive Lloyd led the troops with distinction for so many years. So good and so lengthy were those careers that they kept out a number of excellent players who could not get a run in international cricket. Sir Andy Roberts, of course, was the first Antiguan to play international cricket. And you come down the line, Brian Charles Lara, Shivnarine Chandapal, sometimes it's not mentioned enough. And Shai Hope is in distinguished company. Tremendous record for one who's perhaps not even halfway through his career. Okay, we've got some seam to Sarah Pereira.
Throw.
Can we glean anything yet to Shai Hope in terms of what could possibly be a renaissance in red ball cricket? Too early?
He certainly has got the ability to do very well in red ball cricket. We've seen him before. We've seen him score back-to-back hundreds in one game a couple of years ago. He just hasn't been that consistent as he is in the ODI format. But it's not from lack of ability. And I'm quite sure that once he gets the opportunity again to play red ball cricket, he's going to make it count.
Ready, boys. Up and day.
Well, that one kept a bit low. Didn't bounce much at all. Good running. The running has been excellent between Shai Hope and Evin Lewis. Slow delivery. You can see the fingers kind of spread a little bit wider than normal. The batting to come. Jace Mohammed, Darren Bravo, Nicholas Puran. So it's a very, very good batting in the middle for the West Indians.
Dropped short. Halfway mark of the innings, 1-2-8 without loss. The great Sir Vivian. Statue adorns the entrance to this stadium, aptly named after him. Nice strike. Very pleasant strike, because it was a minimum of effort from Shai Hope.
From the time he struck it, he knew it was gone. Evin Lewis was running down. Shai Hope hardly moved. Struck it well. Good use of the feet. Got closer delivery.
අන්න ගාන අන්න ඒක ගාන ඒකාල මාරු
Another good strike by Shai Hope. This time back over the bowler's head. One bounce into the fence, 4 runs.
Wonder if this 2 very pleasant shots, easily played, all about placement. I wonder if this could signal the re-entrance of Dushmanta Chamira into the bowling attack. Or will Karunaratne go to another slow bowling option? I wouldn't mind seeing a 2-over spell from Chamira. Coming around the wicket. Good cricket. Terrific, simple method of batsmanship.
I asked a question a couple moments ago, Bish, about when was the last time we had back-to-back century partnership. I expect you to give me an answer. You're very knowledgeable about these stats.
come on boy
You can't let me down now, Bish.
You can't badger me.
oh
You are my senior, so I pay you due respect, and I've got the numbers here. Back in 2013, Kieron Powell and Ramnaraj Sawan, Kieron Powell and Johnson Charles against Zimbabwe was the last time.
අන්න ගාන සඳ
Name from the past, Johnson Charles, World Cup winner, 137 without loss.
Big headache for Sri Lanka. They're yet to break this partnership. Nothing much is going their way at this point. And that stems from very, very good batting from Shai Hope and Evin Lewis. They continue to score runs at will, under no pressure whatsoever.
Think of some proficient batsmen in the modern ODI game. Shai Hope has put his name right up there in lights. That is tremendous. Tisara Pereira has just been swept by Evin Lewis.
Slow delivery, pitch outside the leg stump. I was just swatted away. Well, to use Bish's word, he was swept away for 4.
Leg by signalled. Chisara Pereira wants a review. This is a record opening partnership. Record opening partnership against Sri Lanka, beating the 143 from the first game of this series.
Good running. Good running. That has been one of the hallmarks of this partnership, the running between the wickets. Just tucked into the onside. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, but couldn't prevent that second run.
What has also been very good is the surface, as a one-day surface. 150 comes up for the West Indies, outside the line and high. 150 without loss.
Exactly 150 without loss for the West Indies. A sweetly timed shot by Shai Hope. Not very often you get to see an opening pair score in excess of 150. This is the 21st time a West Indies opening pair has gone past 150 in ODI cricket. That's out of 823 times seeing openers in this format of the game. Shakira Salman, slowly these two enhancing and building their reputations as openers.
This has been a brilliant partnership. 151 from just 164 deliveries. Phil Simmons, a very happy coach.
Evin Lewis looking quite comfortable against the left-arm wrist spinner. Haven't seen Karunaratne and Sandakan consult and possibly change the line of attack. There is an option for Sandakan to go round the wicket and bowl into the pads of Evin Lewis and persist with it. Same could be said for the wrist spin of Hasaranga to Shai Hope. 153 without loss. very docile pitch. Some extremely good batting by the West Indian openers. Is what have accounted for that maroon worm being a little bit dominant than the blue. Boys will be thinking of 3 figures. 18 runs away. Hasaranga now replacing Pereira. Haven't seen him go round the wicket and bowl into the pads of Shai Hope, maybe entice that sweep shot.
That's good pace though. I was just about to say we haven't seen him slow it up a bit. He's been quite flat.
The reason why I talk about that round the wicket angle, there's a little bit of rough that I think Hasaranga could possibly exploit, that might just raise a few questions into the mind of Shai Hope. Exactly there. There's a wrist spinner. That's something that you want to exploit. Get the ball landing in that area, maybe extract a little more turn, uneven bounce. Might be a bad ploy for Hasaranga to focus on pitching the ball a little bit wider outside the off-stump too for Evin Lewis, and give a little more protection through the offside. Just never know, one can spin a little bit more than expected.
Could be wrong, Darren, but I'm sure he did pitch one there, not from the angle you're asking for, but he did pitch one there to Shai Hope, and it did react differently.
Well, these two at the crease, they've used their reach to good effect. Shai Hope in particular getting more forward than Evin Lewis. Evin Lewis, he likes to play off the back foot, doesn't commit himself too early. Hence the reason for those red deliveries a little bit closer to that batting crease as against the yellow, with Shai Hope reaching for the ball a little bit more. Two different style players. 155 without loss. Grinding down this target score, these two, Lewis and Hope, doing so in a very professional and efficient manner. It's been a treat to watch batsmanship of the highest order.
Dushmanta Chamira back into the attack for his second spell. Went for 31 from just 4 overs initially. It was quite impressive in that first spell. I know the numbers don't necessarily show it, but he did bowl some searing Yorkers at Evin Lewis. This though is where he has been impressive, most impressive. This second spell, he's been able to take wickets every time he's come back for this second spell.
Starts around the wicket to Evin Lewis. That's the angle he got success to Lewis in that first ODI. So using that psychological advantage in the circumstances, although Evin Lewis is well set on 83.
Bowled him last game when he was on 65. Just keep watching for that Yorker.
Good anticipation from Lewis. You recognize that the fielder in that mid-off position was on the line. He had enough time to get down to the danger end.
That, along with the fact that the fielder was Tisaro Pereira, not the most agile fielder out there.
Piece of fielding behind point. Now what we've seen from the first ODI and now this one is a fairly good strip for batting. And players are contented to play with a vertical bat and hit the ball in the V's. So as a captain, sometimes you got to set straighter fields to encourage the batsman to look at the gaps, square off the wicket. That's when you can probably prompt a false stroke. I'd like to see that extra cover or cover come closer to mid-off. Pace on that occasion from Chimera. Is Karunaratne contemplating the review? Doesn't take it.
Just got that one to come back a bit. It's about reversing. This is good from Chimera. He attacks the stumps at this stage.
Works this one through the onside. So just to finish my point I was making about the field placing, getting the short mid-wicket very straight, closer to the mid-on, that cover fielder closer to the mid-off position, and just condense the gap. Make the gap a little bit bigger, square off the wicket, and entice batsmen to play squarer. Maybe turn and break the wrists a little too early. That's when you can create opportunities for yourself, especially if you're not getting lateral movement from this surface. Across both games, I think we've only had one player being caught in the slip, and that's off the spinner today, Akil Hussain. Getting the wickets of Shada Fernando. So as a bowler, you want to bowl straighter lines, but you also need to have the supporting field. 157 without loss. .117 more required.
Ganda. Come on, hey. Talaga. Iya magana. Service agana na.
Very straight line on that occasion to Shai
Come on,
Hope.
hey.
There are 3 fielders through the offside for Hasaranga.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, in Ganda.
Very good running.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, yeah.
West Indies have been very good. 72 singles run.
Oh, Ganda.
Could be close. Umpire might just check. Evin Lewis was racing down to the
Thank you,
striker's end.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for run out at the keeper's end. Can you give me your best sight shot, please? Ball is coming in, coming in. Bat has crossed the line. Can go take that back for me. Take that back for me. And roll forward, 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 forward. Bat is behind the line. Yeah, I'm looking for that bail removed. Now removed. Satisfied that the bat is behind the ground. Do you have another angle I can see? Thank you. Thank you. I have to make sure the bail is completely removed. Yeah. Now, bat is grounded. I'm satisfied that the bat is grounded beyond the line before the bail is completely removed. My decision to the big screen is not out.
Come on, boy.
I repeat, not out.
Interesting. Ball making contact with the stumps on the way through to the keeper.
Come on, hey. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
I haven't really seen a definite line of attack from Sri Lanka against each of these openers by the West Indies.
Oh, I didn't miss that.
These two spinners more so. Hasaranga, Sandakan, they've been contented just to bowl general lines, general lengths. Take nothing away from the manner in which these two have played. 161 without loss. '86 to Evin Lewis. You'll have to go through this difficult phase where you will have to face Chamira.
Very good awareness there. Was that Sandakan? Catching Shai Hope off guard.
He's backing up, searching for that single. Again, Lewis just expecting a little more bounce, not making contact. The last two deliveries from Chamira. I did mention the bounce just diminishing a bit. No ball signaled. So this is a mere gift for Evin Lewis. And you can see why. This will be a relief for him. Only 11 runs scored by Evin Lewis off Chamira. That's off his last 25 deliveries.
Still 11.
Make it 26 now.
That no ball just shows where Sri Lanka's bowlers have been a little bit indisciplined. In the last game, we saw 2 no balls bowled by their spinners. This one by Chamira. They wouldn't want to be giving the West Indian batsmen any extras or any freebies.
Drilled through that extra cover region. How often have we seen this from Evin Lewis? That's his pet shot.
That one is curved between the man at extra cover and mid-off. Not a man moved at set to retrieve that ball from the boundary. What a shot by Evin Lewis.
Takes him to 90 now. Make it 91. Well, he's gone past 100 in ODI cricket on 3 occasions. Will this be number 4? But Evin Lewis looks quite determined to get there. Shai Hope not too far behind.
Shai Hope has done what Shai Hope always does. Just plays anchor for the West Indies team. He's always hungry for runs. You would have seen last game when he got out. After scoring that century, he was still disappointed that he hadn't seen his side home. Did say in his interview that he just loves to bat.
Has an insatiable thirst for batting, scoring runs. We've seen quite a few West Indians with that attitude. You think of Shivnarine Chanderpaul. End of the over, and we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Been a good run of form for Evin Lewis, folks. For those of you following his career, his last 15 one-day internationals, if you head back to June 2019, he's averaging about 50 in ODI cricket.
Very much in control once again. The West Indies. It'll be a concern for the Sri Lankans in terms of their potency, in terms of their penetration. Only 2 wickets in that first one-day international. None so far into the 33rd over of the match.
I get the feeling Evin would have been home had that hit the stumps.
This has been perhaps the only way you think that the Sri Lankans can get a wicket via the run-out route. Haven't created many opportunities throughout this bowling effort. Just testament for how good a surface we have here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Evin Lewis in 2021, the series.
Good grief. Must have been taken off middle stump. 171 without loss. Rate required has just gone over a runner ball. There's the, I suppose, head groundsman, curator, Anthony Merrick, former Leeward Islands fast bowler, former Antiguan fast bowler. Played for Kent in the English County Championships back in the day. Very, very strong-shouldered, robust action. Also played for Warwickshire. And 311 first-class wickets. And I was talking to Sir Kirtley earlier about the number of players who did not go on to represent the West Indies internationally because of the high quality of players West Indies had coming through the late 70s, through the 80s, into the 90s. I would think Tony Merrick may have had a shout. George Ferris, a colleague of his. Another fast bowler who now lives in the USA.
still trying for their first wicket. Sri Lanka, West Indies in control of this one, and they'd want these two to carry on. Sri Lanka would be mindful of getting another wicket, a wicket that is, and getting into this West Indies batting lineup. A new batsman out in the middle might just be a little bit tricky. So still some hope for Sri Lanka, but they need to get a wicket, and they need to get one desperately. Batting to come for the West Indies, both Jason Mohammed and Darren Bravo, who unbeaten in that first match. We haven't seen Nicholas Pooran or Kieron Pollard and the others from a batting standpoint so far in this one international series, and they won't mind that. Relaxed looking camp, number 3 and 4 for the West Indies.
Top class running again. It's the turn to come back for the second that put pressure on the fielder, that caused the fielder to take his eye off the ball.
Wanted that too from the onset. Evin Lewis quickly down for the first one, and then turned and quickly back for the second. So excellent running from Evin Lewis. Moves on to 95. Very controlled and measured so far.
Two more. Less than 100 to get. Lewis on to 97, 176 without loss. Such a lovely surface being taken advantage of by the West Indian openers. 176 without loss. Now the highest ODI partnership on this ground, going past the 175 by Joe Root and Joss Butler in 2014. That is what you call a duck hook. If you've ever heard about it before, that was it. Effective, though, from Hope.
You're not in control of that well-directed short ball from Pradeep, but gets enough bat on it to go all the way to the boundary. Hasn't particularly played the short ball all that well, Shai Hope, but he's managed to find a way. Where can this wicket come from for Sri Lanka? They've tried fast bowlers, they've tried the spinners, they've turned once again into their fast bowlers and still not effective just yet. Just one hit away, Evin Lewis, from that milestone. 8 4s and 4 6s so far in this innings.
Terrific running. It's something fans have been crying out for. 184 without loss. Lakshan Sandakan. He found some spin from outside Lewis's off stump occasionally. Hasn't always been full enough, I don't think.
A much better line and length from Sandakan. Just thought that he was too much outside of the off stump. Less attacking option. When he bowls that line, it becomes so much easier for the batsman to score through that offside. Doesn't really bring much modes of dismissal into play.
Good fielding, good running.
They've capitalized on these misfields of the Sri Lankans. These two, Shai Hope, having kept the wicket for 50 overs, out in the middle now in the 36th, showing good fitness. These two have shown good communication as well. Remains on 98. Evin Lewis just to the right of the fielder. And Shai Hope not taking any risks at this stage. The last thing you would want to be run out so close to your respective milestones.
.99 to Evin Lewis, 187 without loss. .99. An innings of authority and great responsibility by this left-handed West Indies opening batsman. A fourth ODI 100 for Evin Lewis.
Receives the applause from his teammates. Shai Hope congratulating him for an excellent effort. Really sensible and measured, composed. Doesn't want to give it away now though. Want to see him carry on and take his team home. Continue to play responsibly and take it upon himself.
Great feature of this partnership. You'll hear it again. The running.
We've seen the batsmen time and time again after having gotten to that landmark, and that's the moment that he will remember for a long, long time. Also aware of the two on offer. Standing ovation from his coach and his teammates. And looks to the heavens in thanks. Would have felt that he missed out in the first game.
A lot of intent in the couple of balls he's faced since getting 100, so you feel that there might be an extra gear he wants to go into, because the asking rate, as we said, is just creeping up to about 6.5 required. All wickets in hand.
Single to end that over. 37 gone, 192 without loss.
A phenomenal 176 at the Oval in 2017 came in a losing cause. 148. I think it was only his second ODI, that 148. And then a good run against Ireland last year for Evin Lewis. At 148 was a tri-series in Zimbabwe. Just a slight correction there. The 148 was his 4th game of his career. Yeah, he was going to try to put pressure on the bowlers, and finally Sandakan gets his man. It's been a wonderful innings by Evin Lewis.
Would be disappointed with the manner of the dismissal, but pleased with his score. Evin Lewis, finally a wicket for Sri Lanka. And Sandakan, the man to make the breakthrough, just luring Evin Lewis down the track and spinning past his bat. Simple dismissal for Dinesh Chandimal. Success for Lakshan Sandakan. Success for Sri Lanka. Evin Lewis, well played, 103, 192 for 1.
Nicholas Pooran in early today. Top average early into his ODI career.
And this is the reason why he's here. Excellent delivery. Much better line from Sandakan. Some turn as well. A heave from Evin Lewis, having gone past his century. Just would have expected and hoped that perhaps he would have wanted to carry on.
Come on, Sandakan. Stand here, lad. Oh, lovely, lovely, Sanda.
Assume it's a chance for Nicholas Pooran to find some form, but also look to finish the game solidly.
Ow!
Aaron Bravo came in at 3 in the previous game.
Playing a miss. Wide delivery from Sandakan. The 82 needed, so an opportunity for him.
192 for 1. Discussion has to solely be focused on the 82 required. The asking rate now creeping up towards 7 and over. Wanindu Hasaranga has 3 overs up his sleeve with 12 overs to go. I suspect that he will be back into the equation not too long from now. Tisara Pereira.
Pradeep and Chamira, they have 3 each as well, so 9 of the remaining 12 overs suspect might come from those 3. They can strangle the West Indies over the next 2, maybe 3 overs. Nicholas Pooran, new to the crease, push that required rate up to 7, close to 8. Then they might just feel that they have a chance back in this one. West Indies, no need for panic, however. 9 wickets in hand. Some power in that batting lineup. And Nicholas Pooran, we know what he can do, along with the likes of Kieron Pollard, Darren Bravo, and Jason Holder, Fabian Alling. So some depth in their batting.
Should be out. Bubbled. Nuwan Pradeep takes the catch. I think that's part of the pressure of the run rate just creeping over 7 per over required now as well, with mid-off in the circle.
Another good innings comes to an end from Shai Hope. Not the length that he anticipated. Got more height than distance, and a bubble from Nuwan Pradeep. Unfortunately for him, it fell in a catchable area. Just trying to take on that fielder position in that mid-off area. Eyes on the ball, and then the recovery. So back-to-back wickets for Sri Lanka. Shai Hope goes for 84 and 194 for 2 now.
Bit of pressure on 2 new batsmen, remember that. And Darren Bravo generally takes a few deliveries to get into his stride. So if Sri Lanka can squeeze, you never know what can happen, even though the West Indies have 8 wickets in hand. Hasaranga still has 3 overs, as we reminded you.
This is one of the wickets to have fallen. The first, Evin Lewis, stumped Dinesh Chandimal, Bo Sandakan, and then Tisara Pereira got his first wicket. And that of Shai Hope and Nuwan Pradeep completing the catch. So both openers gone after a healthy opening partnership.
Three off the over and the wicket. 195 for 2. West Indies have dominated most of this innings. And Sri Lanka just finding some respite in the last few overs. 79 required from 66. And Karunaratne squeeze and find control of the innings.
Against these two new batsmen, they don't want to push that required rate up to that 8 runs and over mark. Hovers at 7.2 at the moment.
An important part of this will be after this over is complete. Dimuth Karunaratne has the option of dropping an additional fielder outside of the circle. I wonder if he will go against that in order to continue squeezing the two West Indian batsmen who are new. Final over for Sandakan, so I'm assuming that Hasaranga and his reintroduction will be imminent.
Sandakan has quietly gone about his job in this contest. Economical, just conceding 36. 2 deliveries left in his quota, picking up that wicket of Evin Lewis as well. So still staying in the game, the Sri Lankans, even though the West Indies were in control for most of this chase. With every dot delivery, that pressure will continue to grow, continue to build.
Strange things can happen in this game. 198 for 2. Good spell from Sandakan. 10 overs, 1 for 36. What will you do, Dimuth? Never seen an umpire who loves to signal a power play like Joel Wilson. Wanindu Hasaranga. And they have elected to drop the extra fielder out of the circle. Just 4 inside that 30-yard circle.
Come on in, come on in. Kai. Go, Poo. What you do? Boy, come on in, come on in. See that? Kai, captain naman.
.200 comes up for the West Indies, another 74 required. Is it straightforward, or are there some tremors left in this contest?
Sri Lanka wouldn't mind this. Wouldn't mind the singles if they can get 1 or 2 dots in the over and restrict the West Indies to 4-1 over.
Come on in.
They wouldn't be too bothered in that run rate, getting closer to that 8-run and over mark.
Yeah, my boy.
And that's one of the dots that they'll be looking for. If they can just squeeze one more in from Hasaranga without conceding a boundary, job done.
On again.
Just the different ways to do stuff. Just wonder if, particularly to Bravo, you could have one of long off or long on up in that circle to start the over. Don't allow that easy single down either side of the ground. This is the last ball.
2
for 2. Sri Lanka got 51 of the last 5 overs of their innings, 80 of the last 10. West Indies do have wickets in hand. And Jamira has another 3 up his sleeve. Hasaranga still has a couple. They look at those as key overs, but what surrounds that? And Tisara Pereira. And maybe 1 or 2 others, including Pradeep. Squeeze. This is not over yet, folks. Don't leave your television. Single available. Anything that's on the leg stump into the onside.
That's an excellent delivery from Tisara Pereira. Yorker length, not much Darren Bravo can do with that one. Just feel that this is the 1 over that they're trying to get out of the way in Sri Lanka. Tisara Pereira in his 7th, Gunatilaka bowled 3, so that will make up that quota of 10.
with the wind and gone. We have liftoff.
And it's a massive blow from Darren Bravo. A genuine six-hitter. Good hands, good swing of the bat, good follow through. And that would have been 6 anywhere in the world. It'll take some retrieving. Went towards the car park here. Changing balls. That one isn't coming back. Darren Bravo understanding that this is the over that they're trying to get rid of. Hitting with the wind, both these left-handers will be. Still 66 required from 52 balls.
I think it's one of the areas, one of a couple of key areas they were trying to protect with 3 deep fielders leg side. Bravo struck it too well with the wind. Key will be to not allow a dot ball at all in the over. All right, shift in the field. Deep square leg has come up. Third man, or widest third man, has gone in. And there'll be a shift in line towards the off stump. There is. Well played.
Yeah, we saw the West Indies do that quite well. Use the conditions here. Try to ask the batsman from Sri Lanka to hit towards that longer side against the wind. Sri Pereira, he too would have seen that when he was batting. Jason Holder bowled just inside that wide line to him. And he will be trying that against this left-handed pair. Force them to hit against that breeze. Wouldn't mind the singles as long as they can prevent and avoid the boundaries.
Two's the call. Very well run, it should be. Is. Lovely weighted shot by Nicholas Puran.
You want to see a sensible approach from these two. We know that they can hit boundaries. But if they can mix that aggression and boundary hitting with the ones and twos, it makes it that much easier. Spoken about boundary hitting or dot balls before.
Just one this time.
And they've gotten 10 from the over quite easily and sensibly without taking any risk. 6, and then they've gotten a single, a double, and another single. Can close off the over with another single, get 11, and they'll be very happy with this effort.
Got him. That's why that man was down there. So success for Tisara Pereira and Sri Lanka. Is it shifting the balance?
Oh, just talking about a sensible approach. Having gotten 10 runs in the over already, this was not necessary from Darren Bravo. Really gifted his wicket away and brings Sri Lanka back into the game even more. A good catch from Ashan Bandara. And Darren Bravo perishes for 10. West Indies 212 for 3.
Should still be a fairly easy equation for the West Indies. 7.75 runs required per over if they are to win this one. Kieron Pollard knows a lot about equations at the back end of an innings. He's played a lot of T20 cricket and a lot of ODI cricket as well. So you'd think that that experience will serve him well in this situation. This wicket of Darren Bravo just peeling off the inner half of the bat. Clearly not aiming in that direction.
Oh, ball on it, ball on it.
So Kirtley Ambrose, captain and vice captain at the crease. You'd expect that they can navigate this situation and get the West Indies home.
Well, they have to.
Ayu.
It's getting a little bit tighter.
Lovely boy, lovely boy.
Sri Lanka certainly have clawed their way back into this game after that brilliant opening stand of 192.
Oh, stand up.
Squeeze the way behind point. Is it going to go all the way? No. Covered a lot of ground. And looks like we're in for an exciting finish here, one way or the other.
Just a correction there, Sir Kirtley Ambrose. Nicholas Bruin, vice captain in the T20s.
Oh,
Shai Hope, vice captain to Pollard in the ODIs. But both men with leadership responsibilities, you would think, in this West Indies ODI team.
Ayu.
60 runs needed. 43 balls left. Which way is it going to go?
Oh, ball, Vani. Good set, boy.
We'll need 2 runs from that over to 14 for 3. Might be seeing a few skyscrapers as we approach the end of the innings. Kieron Pollard will be instrumental in creating those. Sri Lanka had a good finish to their innings with the bat. 51 runs scored off the last 5 overs. A similar type of approach required now by the West Indies as they search for 274. And a miss by Pollard. He was moving into this shot.
That delivery dragged back a lot. Pollard didn't expect it.
Windies Hasaranga was instrumental in those 51 runs off the last 5. 47 of 31 is what he got, and he was brutal against Romario Shepherd in one particular over. Goes for a picture as well along the way.
Certainly doing well with the ball. Hasn't really taken a wicket, but he's very economical. As we see
Dinesh Chandimal, the wicketkeeper, down, awaiting some treatment from the physiotherapist. This was the incident. Just probably hitting him on the fingers. Tip of the fingers, bruising it a bit. So a little bit of a pause in this all-important second one-day international between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. 59 more required. Which way will this game end?
Either way, it's not going to be easy. I'm anticipating an exciting finish. Coach Phil Simmons always look a bit pensive, never show much emotions.
3 wickets to fall. The first is Centurion. Evin Lewis using his feet, not making contact, allowing for an easy stumping by Chandimal. Then Shai Hope attempting to go over that cover region. He held out. And the last wicket to fall, Bravo, just chipping this one. A good running catch by Bandara. Intensity rising in this match. The equation now 59 from 41. Required rate of 8.6. Quite a number of times we've seen this shot from the West Indies batsmen, as if expecting a little more bounce, not getting it, or maybe just misjudging the length. Evin Lewis on a couple of occasions attempted a similar shot. They've gone for the review.
Third delivery already established. Can we move on to front on spin vision, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. I'd just like to use Ultredge to confirm. Ultredge coming up. Ball goes past, flat line clear, gap between bat and ball, satisfied there is no bat. Ball tracking when ready. Waiting ball tracking, gents. And ball tracking coming up. It's pitching outside oft. Impacts in line and wickets missing. I'm going to go back to Nigel on the field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your not out decision. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
That one missing. Length was way too short for that to hit the target. Sri Lanka desperately searching for another wicket. Many international teams think that they have a little bit of an advantage when they've got a fast bowler bowling to Kieron Pollard, especially at the start of his innings. He's looked vulnerable at times. And it's not the easiest of equations for him and the West Indies. Can't afford to absorb too many dot deliveries. What he also has is that power. If you don't get your length right, he can score a few in quick time. So quickly, what would you like to see from Chamira when bowling to Pollard?
I would like to see a couple of short ones. You've got the man at fine leg, and you got the man at deep backward square. Kieron Pollard isn't a good hooker. He's not the best. So a couple of short ones and see how we cope. Because if you go in his arc, you're going to be dispatched.
There's a little shimmy down the wicket from Pollard.
Certainly does that a lot. Couple of steps down. So that is why this short ball could be so effective from Chimara. He's got the pace. So that I would like to see. Couple of short ones, like up in the rib cage, chest high.
That movement into the bowler, I think a good fast attacking Yorker could be a wicket-taking delivery too. End of the over, 217 for 3.
Can I have two, please?
Dimut Karunaratne will need to make a few decisions in relation to his bowlers. You'd expect that Hasaranga will bowl his full complement of 10.
Off stump.
57 more required.
Thank you.
Also, Chimera has got 2 overs remaining, so those 2 bowlers will account for 3 remaining overs.
Ready? Okay.
Which bowler or bowlers will bowl the remaining 3? That's the big question. Might be Nyon Pradeep. Still has 3 overs remaining. Sarah Pereira. He's picked up 2 wickets, but he's been a little bit on the expensive side.
Oh, ball bunny, ball bunny.
Kieron Pollard, Nicholas Puran will also be forming their own opinions. Many times players at this stage of the innings, they wait and target certain bowlers. Well, he gets this one through. Goes after Hasaranga, picks up a boundary, a welcome one for the West Indies.
Such a dangerous player, Kieron Pollard. It wasn't that short a delivery, but he rocked back and the power. Hardly any back lift at all. And a couple of overs, a couple of big overs could change the game. There he goes. Kieron Pollard at his best. You cannot afford to do that. Right in the slot, and he's gonna go. That's 10 from 2 deliveries.
I have a funny feeling he's batting deep in his crease, Kieron Pollard. Just trying to get under Hasaranga's deliveries. This one was short, and he was expecting that length to be adjusted and a little bit fuller. He was waiting for it, and he just unleashed his power.
Good cricket, very good cricket. That's exactly the way to go. Look at that, right in the slot. And as long as he connects, it's going to go. There's no 2 ways about that.
It's a long way too. It looked like he middled it as well. That's the power of the man, Kieron Pollard.
Oh!
11 runs from the over. 1 ball remaining, as Hasaranga will finish his complement of 10.
Oh, ball bunny, ball bunny.
And he remains wicketless. In the 2 ODIs, he hasn't taken a wicket. Wanindu Hasaranga. 228 for 3. He's made his choice. Karunaratne, he's gone with Nyon Pradeep. Good choice, Sakutli.
Certainly is. They've got to get the fast bowlers in against Kieron Pollard. Not saying he can't be destructive against them. He can. Because if you miss pitch, you're going to go. But I think you have a better chance of keeping him kind of quiet with the faster bowlers. But the length got to be important here. White ball called. It was a decent delivery, but just a little bit off target. But you got to try and bowl quite a few Yorkers close to Kieron Pollard's legs. Take away that arm.
I was going to make mention of this. If you're bowling to Kieron Pollard, usually if he goes for the big shot down the ground, the ball hits the inner half of the bat and ends up where the captain just placed himself.
Nothing at all is wrong with that delivery. Couple of good short ones. Got to keep that in your arsenal, especially against Kieron Pollard. And I'm sure they know that. And look how far down the crease he is, Darren Ganga. Now, they give you 22 yards to work with. Why you want to make it 18?
Well, he'll stand there initially and then he will just end up going back and deep into his crease. A little bit of gamesmanship, strategy from Pollard in his batting.
I guess he wants to throw the bowlers off. So you're not so sure if he's going to stay there, go back or whatever. So your line, well, not your line, but your length, you have to think, should I pitch it shorter or should I just go full? You're not so sure as a bowler. And more often than not, you bowl it probably shorter and it gets smacked away. Not a happy face.
The other thing that Karunaratne could do is gamble a bit with his field at cover. Kieron Pollard at this stage of the innings very rarely hits the ball in that region. So there's a chance for him to use a fielder in a more attacking position. Maybe short catching through the onside for a miscue pull. But just there, would have been able to stop that easy single. Gets two.
Very, very good running. Soft hands into the onside. And quite right. Look at that, soft hands. And immediately they were looking for two. And got it quite comfortably in the end. If he had that short mid-wicket, probably may have gotten one, maybe.
Loud appeal and given. Umpire Nigel Duguid raises the dreaded finger. Will Pollard review? He goes for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. Original decision given is out. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to front on spin vision?
White to black.
Ball is quite close to the bat there. I need ultra edge to confirm whether there's bat on ball.
White to 7. White to 7. Still waiting for observation on there, yeah. 8,
Waiting for ultra edge to be built, gents.
9. Camera 7. Camera 6, pick up Pollard, please. 7, coming ultra edge. White to ultra edge. 6 or 7, stay there.
Ultra edge is coming up. Can you roll that back for me?
Yep.
Thank you. And forward now. Forward is a flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Satisfied there's no bat involved. We move to ball tracking when ready. Ball tracking is coming up. That's pitching in line, impacts in line, and the wickets hitting. I'm going to go back to Nigel on the field. Nigel, stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Captain Kieron Pollard has to go. Was a superb delivery by Nuan Pradeep. Gets the big man. Another wicket for the Sri Lankans. 233 for 4. As expected, Fabian Allen, with his power, his ability to score quickly, when given the opportunity, his strike rate confirmation of what I just mentioned.
Very, very well bowled by Pradeep, right up in the block hole. Pollard missed completely and would have rocketed onto leg stump.
Gets it through. Desperate dive from short fine leg. Good start to the innings for Allen. 237 for 4.
Thank you.
10 runs and 2 wickets, the difference between the two teams at this stage of the innings. Fabian Allen looking quite relaxed at the crease. Squeeze this one past the fielder at short fine leg. Required rate 9.2, so from a West Indian point of view, they'll be thinking boundaries. Sri Lanka, if they don't get wickets, they will want to contain and limit run scoring.
Shamira is back into the attack. It's not going to make it any easier for Pooran and Allen. And I'm sure we're going to see a couple of Yorkers.
He switch ends, now inviting Pooran to hit against the wind. 2, he called 2, Nicholas Pooran. Ended up with 1 run only.
Sri Lanka certainly wouldn't mind those. Ones really wouldn't hurt them. If they can prevent the boundaries, they'll be in good shape. Fabian Allen had a little cameo in that final T20 game. Can he produce that here?
Third man up. There is a backward point. Now that changes. Point goes on the boundary. And square leg comes into the 30-yard circle.
Interesting field placement. What is he going to bowl? Full Yorker length deliveries. There you go. And that's the way to go. You got guys in the deep.
Come on, boys.
Very good running. Very, very good running. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind that, Darwin Ganga. Ones and twos won't hurt them that much. As the boundaries, you got to try and protect. And if you can do that, you'll put more pressure on Nicholas Poe and Fabian Allen.
As a fast bowler in this situation, we'll be thinking maybe 2 of your 6 deliveries as wicket-taking deliveries, getting the attacking Yorker in. Would that be a thought process circuitly?
Poe is the call. Yes, and they get it quite comfortably in the end. When you look at the field that Chimera has, he's got to go for Yorkers. You got a long on, a long off, deep mid-wicket on the boundary. So you don't want the ball length. So you got to go full. If you miss pitch, you'll be driven down the ground. If the batsman get under it enough and go for 6, well then you can't do nothing about that. But length ball with this particular field won't be the way to go. Feldman and finally up in the circle as well. So you bowl a length ball, just open the face and that's runs. Got to stay full. And straight. Good bowling, very good bowling. That's the way you gotta go.
After a really good opening partnership, 4 wickets fell. The first was Lewis, then Shai Hope. Another half century to him, 84 from 108. Bravo. The need to go after this one. He perished. Then Pollard got a beauty of a Yorker from Pradeep.
That's exactly my point, DG Ganga. Gotta get it up there. Let him hit you down the ground. And what you've seen so far, not just in this game, but throughout this tournament, Chimera's very good at bowling Yorkers. And that is what every team needs. You must have at least 2 bowlers who you can call upon to bowl in the death overs.
He's also been able to make the adjustment, Chimera, to the right-hander, to the left-hander. That control again from him as a fast bowler, working to the advantage of Sri Lanka. Gets it right, gets it right. This is really good stuff by the Sri Lankans. Good bowling, good feeling, all-round cricket. Excellent. 243 for 4. These two will be communicating, Puran and Allen. It was a good piece of fielding at short fine leg, then the direct throw. Puran always looking for runs, as he should at this stage of the innings.
.31 needed from 18 balls.
Picked up sweetly. That's the power of Fabian Allen. He's a special player. Gets a 6 for the West Indies.
Trying for the Yorker. Pradeep, I beg your pardon. Didn't get it right. Turns out to be a full toss, and Fabian Allen struck it away. Look at that. Full toss. With tremendous power. That would have been 6 on most grounds around the world.
Lucky for Pradeep, didn't go over the waist height of Allen. Would have been a free hit. Now pressure on Pradeep.
As a bowler, and you are in tight situations, and you go for a 6 off your first delivery, you're immediately under pressure. You got to come back and come back strong. What is his response be?
There's a fielder, he takes the catch. So wicket again for the Sri Lankans. Pradeep doing the job. And the West Indies, well, they go into some trouble now.
That's exactly what Sri Lanka wanted. Pradeep right up. Fabian Allen couldn't get the elevation that was required. Good easy catch in the end by Bandara. Fabian Allen is gone for 15. West Indies 249 to 5.
Calm head of Jason Holder comes to the crease. There will be a discussion in terms of the approach. The equation at the moment, 25 from 16.
How quick can the game change? Look at that opening stand, 192. Sri Lanka look just about out of it. And a couple of wickets changed that completely. That was the last wicket. Fabian Allen, good catch in the end by Bandara.
Since the start of the last phase of the innings, that's power play 3, 51 runs, 3 wickets going down. Mohammed, Romario Shepherd as well, good bat. Great fight back by the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Wide call. The intention is good. Get it up there. Let him hit it down the ground. Just wide of that guideline. I was going to say the white line, but nowadays it's all kinds of different color. White, red, maroon. This time is red, or is that maroon?
I don't think my eyes are good enough to see that so quickly. Goes through the offside. Gets it right. Nicholas Pooran gets a boundary.
Good strike by Nicholas Pooran. There was a feel of the deep cover boundary, but had no chance. Struck it well. And a welcome boundary for the West Indies. 20 needed from 14 balls.
Such is the power. That's a huge boundary And hitting against the wind as well. One bounce into the boundary line. Evidence of the power and the punch that this man packs. Another wide in the over.
Pradeep under a little bit of pressure here. Already conceded 12 runs so far in the over with 2 deliveries left. He's under a bit of pressure.
Goes downtown. Nicholas Pooran, ideal man for the situation, and he's proving it.
That certainly will ease the pressure on the West Indies. Not a full toss. And with mid-off in the circle, Pooran struck it well. 16 runs conceded so far in this over. 1 delivery to go.
Situation has just moved in favor of the West Indies. Pooran striking in this over. Impressive. Very much similar to his heroics in T20 cricket that the world has seen. Still 1 delivery remaining in this over.
What is Pradeep going to do?
Should be 2. A really good over for the West Indies. 18 runs from it, 261 for 5. West Indies ahead at this stage. Remember, if both scores are leveled at the end of 50 overs, we will have a super over to determine a winner.
This over is going to be critical if Sri Lanka are to win this game. They're going to need Chimera to knock 1 over.
Jason Holder facing his first delivery. Here's Chimera.
Who is the call? Very wise indeed. Jason Holder would have been run out by half a pitch.
The other factor there is Nicholas Pooran is well set. He's been scoring majority of the runs in this situation for the West Indies, so it's the ideal decision for Pooran to take strike and possibly bat as many balls. Haven't been there before Jason Holder. Karan Ratner will be hoping for another wicket.
Especially Nicholas Pooran, who is going very well. Very well bowled, very well bowled. Right in the block hole. There's nothing you can do with that. It's basically a runner ball, Darren Ganga, so the West Indies wouldn't mind those singles.
Intelligence in the approach. That is what Coach Phil Simmons and Kieron Pollard will expect from these two at the crease. Spoke highly of that situation in the T20I when Holder took Hasaranga. That was to allow Fabian Allen to strike the winning runs that won the West Indies the series. So the same will be expected here. These two at the crease to work the situation out and to approach it to get a winning outcome.
Concerned faces all around. Beautifully bowled again by Chimera. He's doing an excellent job for his team, keeping the pressure on. Jason Holder, who can struck it a long way as well, but not this occasion. Right up in the block hole, can't get under to hit it over the ropes.
I don't think I've seen in recent times a fast bowling world cricket bowl as many impeccable Yorkers as we've seen from Chimera. All short of the field, it ended quite close.
And the pressure is mounting here on Jason Holder and Nicholas Pooran. Some brilliant bowling by Chimera. He has got one delivery to go, and he wants to finish it with a dot ball, or more importantly, a wicket.
A couple of things Nicholas Pooran will be thinking about. He might be thinking about a boundary off the last ball, or maybe a single to get strike at the start of the 50th over. Takes a single. Keeps the strike as well, Nicholas Pooran. 9 from 6 required, 265 for 5.
Both camps are showing concern. Which way is it going to go? We're into the final over, DG Ganga. Tension at the St. Vincent Stadium.
Series on the line too. West Indies win this one, they win the series. Sri Lanka, if they get over the line, they keep the series alive. Tense faces. Here we go. First delivery of the 50th. Play and a miss.
Great start by Pradeep. Didn't bowl a particularly good over just before this one, and he needs to make amends. Coach Phil Simmons not looking happy at all. Well, he's usually like that, really. Even if he's winning, he's like that until the final ball is bowled or the final run is hit.
Oh, that's powerful. That beats the sweeper on the offside. That's a magnificent shot by Nicholas Pooran.
Certainly was a beautiful shot. With some degree of power as well. Timing, placement, look at that. And could that be the boundary to take West Indies over the line?
Not quite sure what that fielder point is doing. Fairway in that 30-yard circle. I would have expected him to be on the line. Just trying to see if the boundary singles won't help. 5 from 4 now. And he should get it. West Indies, they inch closer.
Well, the champ is looking much happier. 1 to get from 3 deliveries. And unless Pradeep, and look at Coach Mickey Arthur, he's not a happy man. Be careful, Coach, don't break your hand in the wall. And unless Pradeep gets a hat-trick here, I can't see West Indies not winning this game, DG Danga.
Just 1 required from 3 deliveries now. The field comes in. Pooran on strike. Gets it away. That's a win for the West Indies. Nicholas Pooran finishes things off. It's the highest successful run chase for the West Indies in ODIs against Sri Lanka.
Victory for West Indies by 5 wickets. 2 deliveries left. Congratulations all around. It was a tense moment. The last few overs could have gone either way. But young Nicholas Pooran kept his composure, played the situation very well, got West Indies over the line.